Alright, welcome back to Summer Games Done Quick 2014. As a reminder, all donations go to Doctors Without Borders. Also, if you like what you see, check out Speed Demo's Archive and Speedruns Live for all of your speedrunning related needs, wants, and desires. Next game is going to be Eversion by UraniumAnchor. Has UraniumAnchor left the building? Oh no, he's right there. There he is. Coming up after Eversion is Bleed by Studio. And we'll follow that up with Dust and Elysian Tale by Vulajin. And then Outlast by St. Connor. You have a $50 donation from Matt 199,054. Says, thank you all for putting this marathon on. It warms my heart to see so many wonderful people come together selflessly for a great cause. Much love. Love, Matthew. We have a $20.23 donation from Backward SN. Says, good luck, Lurk, and take Ika-chan to where no squid has gone before. Did you know that if you donate at least $5 during the Eversion game, you will be put in for a chance to win the Eversion Perler set? Featuring this cute little leaf, the star of Eversion, as well as the final prize, which I believe is the princess. Spoilers. Look at that, isn't that cute?
Okay, so this is a wonderfully cute little game. Pretty simple platformer. It's got some interesting mechanics to it, though. It's pretty self-explanatory, so I'm hoping that there should be some time to read donations, but it's still fun to watch. So, I believe pretty sure the incentive for all gems was pet, right?
Yes.
Okay. Remember last I looked, it was only like
all
$20
gems
away.
and true ending.
So I'm very tired though, because I've been up since 7 in the morning today. But, so if anything goes wrong, I'm blaming it on that. Anyway, 3, 2, 1, go. So, the all gems run of this will basically unlock the true ending. And already you can kind of get an idea of exactly how the mechanics of this game work, because every so often you'll run across places where you can hit the space bar and it'll it'll change things about the way the world works. Like, in this layer, the clouds are not solid. The trees are solid, there's flowers everywhere. But if I switch to the second layer, suddenly the clouds are platforms I can actually stand on. Oops. Off to a great start.
Well, some of these jumps are really mean.
Yeah, the collision in this game can be pretty tricky, badly. And in the all gems category, there's a lot of doing things in the right order, because sometimes you have to go to another layer to like unlock something that you need to get at the gems in the layer that you can actually get them on. That was something, the little flashing thing you just saw is something that's specific to the Steam version. There's a letter in each world. This is a deliberate death. This will save a little time getting back to the checkpoint here. Once I've actually picked up the gems, I don't need to pick them up anymore. Good enough. And this I'm going to actually do slightly inefficiently because the method for getting this, the positioning of an enemy later in the level is very important, and getting it in the right spot while also getting all of these gems is really inconsistent, so I'm going to actually grab all of these gems and then restart the level so that I can more easily manipulate the guy's position. It's only about 10 seconds worth of difference, but it just makes this a lot more consistent. There's actually a glitch with the... There's actually a glitch with the collision where if you jump right as you're leaving a corner, you can actually fly, but you can't really use that in all gems because there's really cases where it's useful. But that guy I just jumped off of, he needs to be in that position or I can't jump off of him, which makes it very difficult to get up to the gems up there. Gotta wait for this guy. I was a little too slow. I have to wait for him to get all the way over to the right or I can't get these gems up top. But as you can see, this world is gradually getting more and more dangerous. Almost screwed that up, but thankfully that guy was in the right position.
Oh man, this level.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so this, well, that part's kind of tricky because that hand hitbox is bigger than it looks. And I can only get those gems down there in this layer. And this is the first layer where those hands actually show up. I was kind of half expecting to fall down there because jumping back at it is going to be kind of tricky too. Thankfully there's only really 2 tricky spots in this level and that's one of them. That was not one of them. This is the other one. Have to squeeze through there. Now I need to go back to layer 4 because all of those base blocks, you can't actually get the gems out of them unless you're in layer 4 or earlier. To now basically go back through most of this level in layer 4 to get all of the gem. There. Get all the gems. I could have picked up some of these gems before, but there wasn't really much point since I would need to come back anyways. A bit faster to just kill myself here because the checkpoint's like a couple screens to the right, so it saves me a bit of time to just do a deliberate death. And like I said, things just keep getting worse. But I need to be in layer 6 to open those. Come on. The blocks sometimes do not want to cooperate and actually cough up their gems. It's really weird. Anyway, layer 6 is the first layer where you can stand on certain blocks and have them disappear. I had to grab some of the gems here in layer 4 because, again, layer 5, you can't actually hit the gem blocks. Do some of that stuff in layer 4, but then I need to go back over here, get to layer 5. There's some spots later that I need to be in layer 5 to be able to switch to the right layer. I did not want to jump on that guy. Well, that's unfortunate. That cost me about 20 seconds. But I think I can still do this. I need to be in layer 6 for this part anyway, so it's not a huge deal, but I would prefer not to have to do the first part of the level there. Kind of paranoid with my movement here. And if you've got decent speakers, you might be able to hear a beating heart right here, but it's pretty low on the frequency, so if you don't have good bass, you might not be able to hear it. Come on. Unfortunately, these hands are kind of random, so I have to be careful about exactly where I'm standing, or I might get killed by a flying hand. Thankfully, this isn't completely an auto-scroller, so I can kind of get ahead of the blood cloud, or whatever you want to call it. Shoot. Dang it. This one, I had to go back for it. And like I said earlier, the gems, I only have to pick them up once, so I don't have to go back for any that I got the first time around. Oh, come on, really?
Wow, that guy was on point.
Yeah, that was...
Also, those thorns in the beginning kill you.
Yeah. Yeah, the things that were flowers in layer 1 are thorns in layer 6 or worse. So, they do kill you. And the checkpoint's like right there, so if I just made it a little bit further, I wouldn't have had to do the beginning of that level all, like 3 times, but like I said, the collision in this is kind of flaky, unpredictable. Okay, so this level's pretty long because it's got a lot of backtracking to grab all the gems, so this would be a good time for donations, if there are any.
Alright, I have a $20 donation from Super Zero Sonic. Best of luck in all the games. I have a $10 donation from Cyberbot X. Says, UA, I just wanted to let you know, good luck. We're all counting on you. On that note, I am going to bed right after Eversion because of my job. Boo. Also want to see Brosenchi do the sketch glitch in Final Fantasy VI. Hopefully it does it without puns, but that is probably wishful thinking. We have a $5 donation from Misky that says, UA, thanks for all your hard work during these events every year on top of doing runs. Put this towards a comfy pillow for UA. Remember, don't touch the wires.
So one thing about this level is I have to be very careful once I've opened up certain parts of the level in certain layers. I basically need to go through the entire level like 3 times without dying, or it basically, then if I do die, I'd have to basically do that entire section all over again, so I'm being really careful around these hands. I'm also trying to kill as many enemies as I can as I go through so that I'll have fewer obstacles on the way through, on the way back. Because even after I get all the way back up to layer 1, I'm going to have to then come back to layer 5, I think it is, because there's a spot that I can only open in layers 2 and 3, but I need to be in layer 5 to actually get at the gems in there. But I need to go to layer 1 first, so I have to go... I start off in layer 7, and then I have to do some stuff in layer 6 and 5, and then I basically have to go all the way from layer 7 to 1, and then back, all without dying.
Yeah, this level took me about 30 minutes in my casual playthrough.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky. So these gems, those plants right there, I need to be in level 5. or they're blocking my path.
I have a $35 donation from Tareth Averin. Says, awesome runs, awesome cause. How could I resist donating? Keep up the good work, guys.
I couldn't get these gems earlier because this layer 1 is the only layer where those trees are there and the clouds are not solid. And those blocks right there, I had to open up in layer 6, so I needed to go all the way from layer 6 to level 1, or layer 1 without dying. But now I get to trek back to layer 5. It'll take me a little while.
I forgot a $25 donation from Dezo that says, go UA, rescue that princess. $20 donation from Bryant Devalier. Says, this game is pretty interesting. Thanks for showing it and running it, UA. Hopefully people leave your wires alone. Again, as a reminder, any donation during the Eversion game will be put in for a chance to win the Eversion Pro set.
Just realized I forgot to grab a couple of gems earlier, but I can grab them now, so it's not a big deal. It would have been nice to not have to been able to grab these earlier, but I forgot to hit the blocks. So there's basically only a couple more spots where I can die and actually lose time, but these stupid hands on these hits right up here, so I'm going to be way more careful than I really need to be. Okay. Pretty much home free. There's no enemies, because I killed them all. And then it's actually faster to restart the stage to get back to layer 7. Because there's some gems at the end of the stage that you can only get in layer 7 realistically. Or at least as far as I know. Wouldn't surprise me if there's some way I don't know about to get them easier, but... Plus it makes it easier to show off the normal ending, which I'm going to do, and then I'm going to do the true ending after that. So this is the normal ending. Don't stop doing it. I'm not ignoring your gun. Oh, now we found our girlfriend, or the princess, or whoever this is. But since this isn't the true ending, something is about to go horribly wrong. And just to make it spookier, the game closes itself at that point.
Nice.
Sweet dreams.
As the... Okay. Okay, so when you get all the gems, you can now switch to layer 8 at the beginning of World 7. When you get to the end of World 7 on layer 8, that opens up the true final stage. And as you can see, everything is hyper dangerous here. Very angry looking. Thankfully, this isn't a terribly hard layer to navigate. As you can see, the end of the level has changed slightly. The original version of this game had a completely different final stage, but when he made the, he updated the version, like there's a freeware version of this game. He updated that, he made like an HD version, and then shortly after that he made a Steam version. The original version of this stage was, it would randomly switch you between layers, so it was very hard to get like a good time on it because you were basically at the mercy of the RNG. Because there were certain spots where you could only get through on a certain layer, and so you basically just had to wait for the game to give you the right layer. Whereas this stage is more like the maze levels in Super Mario Bros. You have to be on certain layers when you pass certain checkpoints or repeated range places. So this level isn't too difficult, especially now. This is the fastest route that I know of through this level. I believe it was discovered by Matt Blitz, who currently has, I believe he still currently has the record for this category at like 12 minutes. But this run has been way better. So for some reason, backtracking to get that last clip, the fastest method for this level. And now I'm basically home free. Oh god!
Oh my god.
Time! Ah. So here's the true ending. The evil was inside you all along. Okay, so there's one more thing I want to show off real fast. There is a secret ending that some people might not know about.
Oh no.
In order to get the secret ending, you either have to beat World 7 or 8 while on Layer 4. Which isn't doing that is not an obvious thing. Or how to do it, rather. It's not an obvious thing. But this will look pretty similar to how I just ran through this level. Except with one critical change. Once I switched to Layer 4, I then turned around because for some reason... Wait a minute. That's not right. Okay, I'll just go to World 7, because apparently I forgot how to actually get the secret ending. My bad. That's not how I remember. That's not how I remember that working. Oh, whoops. And I forgot to hit the flip point, because I'm an idiot. I finished it on Layer 4, it switches to Layer 4.
Oh god, you broke it.
And the enemies on layer 4 don't move, so they're stuck there for eternity. That's the secret ending.
Nice.
So that's Eversion. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I'm gonna go get some sleep.
Received a $166.66 donation from Flibbit. Says, super cool to see your version at Sgdq. I had never seen a speedrun of it. Amusing to compare the strat that I developed when developing the Linux version. When doing the Linux version. How fitting that this run is being run in the middle of the night. Best luck to all the runners. I have a $20 donation from Hans Johansson. Been really fun to watch these weird games I've never heard of before, especially listening to all the new gaming music I've never heard before. Keep it up and go grab those crystals. Thanks for all this. Awesome as always. Thank you, UraniumAnchor, for that delightful Eversion run. Next we will have Bleed by Studio, followed by Dust and Elysian Tale by Vulajin, Outlast by St. Connor, and then Anodyne by ShadowDraft. As a reminder, we're still over $200 away from visiting the developer's room in Anodyne. And it's coming up within the next hour. But for now, I'm going to leave you with a commercial break. Stay tuned for Bleed.
Send me a message.
Sad.
Awesome job on host, by the way.
Yeah.
Not a problem.
Good luck, Studio. Make them bleed.
First. Rip headphone users.
Oh, wait, is my mic on?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got a good snap at me right now.
Their ears are bleeding.
Oh my god, this is gonna be bleed puns.
White.
We
This
need
is
to
where I
get,
like rip my shirt to pieces and just show my America tattoo.
Very sharp house.
Alright, I'm good to go. Are you guys good to go? Okay. Actually, really quickly, this game is Bleed. It is from Boot Desk Revolution. It is in the Humble Bundle. It is a really cool game. And I guess I'll start. Let's see, in 3, 2, 1, go. So, the concept... I have the wrong weapons equipped. Alright. So, the concepts behind Bleed are shoot and dash, and kill bad guys like cats and these guppy things. It's a very fast game where you have 3 dashes that are kind of similar to, I'd say, Pikachu from Super Smash Brothers, where you have control and you can kind of move very fluidly as you're dashing. You have slight control during the dash, and then after you dash is when you really get a lot of movement, and you can kind of change directions. I'm also very tired, so if I make any mistakes, I'm just going to blame that. Not a good excuse, but
it's the best.
I'm just gonna say I'm staying up too late for all the hype runs. A lot of the movement in this game is very particular, and you get stuck in damage loops really quickly. For example, versus the Chopper Core, who was kind of shooting at me right there. If I got hit by one rocket, it's really difficult to actually proceed. just because I'll keep getting hit by rockets trying to jump forward. This game has a ton of bosses, and all the bosses tend to be very easy to kill, or very fast to kill if you have a meter. I'm using a gun called White right now, which is based off my ranking, which goes down when I get hit or don't hit enemies for a certain amount of time. So getting hit is really bad in this game, and or just not fighting someone for too long can also be pretty bad. Let's see, this will be the first boss down, and the first of 7 levels done.
Great fight.
So the plot behind the game is, this is, I want to say Ryn, W-R-Y-N, I actually don't know how to pronounce the name. And she wants to be a hero, because all the other heroes, like that big blob, are old and fat and lazy, and actually I think she does call Blob fat, which makes sense, as he's a giant blob. So to do that, we're just going to go ahead and murder all the old heroes. Like, we're pretty direct about it. If the other guys suck, just kill them.
Good
And
method.
so to do so, we have to go ahead and fight their henchmen. This is Gil and Stu, 2 worms. I think they're intergalactic lovers, is how they're described. And we have to fight their many, many children on the way towards them. This game has a few auto-scrollers. Most of them are pretty brutal, and this game also features a lot of RNG. For example, these boulders are being rude, and is what makes this run, I'd say, very inconsistent to kind of grind out, because you will sometimes get the god run, but just get some nasty RNG, both in boss patterns and stuff like those boulders. There's a slowdown mechanic that I actually don't think I've used yet, and it's pretty much, I'd say, one of the main resources you have while playing the game casually. It lets you dodge stuff, it lets you move around slightly faster, relatively. I have to let that worm go by, lest he hit me. And it's something we'll use for a few tricks later on. Yeah, this is, oh, Gibeon Stew. They'll just come out from the sides, and after a few waves, they'll come out and do another attack. These can vary quite a bit. I want longer attacks like that, where they keep their heads popped out. They'll fire 1 to 2 bullets while in the air, and that's where it gets kind of nasty, because that second bullet can be at a really bad angle. A little bit low on HP, and I don't have a lot of skill or style right now. So unfortunately, I'm not doing that much damage, so I have to just machine gun or pistol him down. Now let's see, this should be it. They come out and dead.
Nice.
This level is brutal for the first section. Everything afterwards, I actually have a very little difficulty getting a lot of style. But these alert robots, they approach from random directions, and if I get hit in the air after I've dashed, it's really hard to get up these little passageways, the vertical ones. Just because when I try and proceed, I'll get shot, I'll get hit by the robots. The other robots, the big ones will move into me. It's just a nasty section. Oop. So this run is on a keyboard. You actually have a little bit better dash control on the gamepad, but you need the accuracy of a keyboard or a keyboard mouse for a lot of the bosses. So you actually sacrifice a little bit of control to really kind of go in there and actually hit bosses. In the end, you can take some damage, or you can play a little bit safer with your movement, but you need to land as many shots as possible. So there's a few weapon changes in the game. Right now we'll need mines and chainsaw, because we have a boss coming up. And I actually did not do enough damage. The slow strat.
Good way to end it.
Yeah, the chainsaw does amazing damage, but it's melee only. It's actually really bad for killing like swarms of enemies as well, which is a little bit weird, but it doesn't proc very often. It just does a lot of damage when it does proc. I'm kind of going a little bit slower here just to make sure I maintain my meter. This is really scary for this last room though, because there can be an enemy in the last little passageway. So I now have an A for White Mark II, who is actually a pretty brutal boss. Actually gonna go like a little bit on the serious time, just because it's easy to get hit just because of how many missiles there are. And I've gotten hit a bunch of times. So I'm one shot away from death, unfortunately. It's pretty common for this level to just be at the brink, just because of how much damage you can take in that first section. So when he has himself exposed, I want to try and slow down time just to get more shots in. Good. Stop it. And I'm looking for the attack where he kind of shoots out his shell and lets me just keep wailing on him. Come on. There you go.
Seems like a really intense run.
Yeah, this run, I've actually done it for bonus stream the past 2 GDQs just because I love this game. And it's fun there because just like, hey, life's easy. But here it's, man, I have goofed up that level too hard. Here it's like I make a mistake, like, oh, I'm actually being watched in a less casual setting. So if I take too long, the train will reach an overpass, and you can slow down time, which will give you just enough time to kind of sneak on by, because you'll move faster than the overpass that it normally comes in. But you have to be pretty on point, or else you're going to be stuck waiting for an extra cycle. I think this might be just enough time. And then here's my favorite part, where you just get a mash. So the Mantis Core is a fun boss because he has a couple attacks that are absolutely amazing. That's not it. But you have a lot of chances to hit him, and you just kind of you get a lot of dodge time. Okay. I want an S rank just for the next boss. Ah, I didn't get the good attack. So this is an auto-scroller, and the danger here is I can't stop shooting at the ship or my meter goes down like almost instantly. So I have to stay in range and sight and just keep on shooting. If I do get hit, I can build up meter from the mooks that are dropping out and just kind of getting blown up. And you also get some meter from dodging attacks with a dash. So but I have to stay more or less in the crossfire, trying to maintain my S rank to fight the boss and blow up Bunny Rocket really, really quickly. The end of the level is coming up right over here. And time for the boss. This is where the slowdown mechanic really comes into play, because she moves so fast normally that you can't actually see where she's going, but by slowing down time, you can kind of spam it out and get a lot of damage in. We're running low on the slowdown meter. Okay. That should do it. And race her down.
I really like the arcadey graphics.
Yeah, this game is super arcade. You can actually play co-op with it, which was one of the offered runs. But unfortunately, the runners couldn't make it. And you drop in, you share an HP bar, you share the same screen vision. It's just two Rins with different hair colors, just shooting everything.
Now, since it's co-op, would the co-op run be just significantly different than single player?
So the co-op run, I actually don't like one part of it. It's that you have one person do all the movement and dodging, while the other person just kind of hops in for boss fights. Ooh, lost my meter.
Huh.
Cool. So, hang. So with co-op, you actually have faster boss fights, but you don't have double movement, which I think would be awesome. Just because you can drop in and drop out really quickly. Oh no, I slowed down time too late there. You can't make it past that section without getting hit unless you slow down time. Unfortunately, I tried to cut it a little bit too close. So this core boss is fun. Like, I actually really like him, but he's, I think, pretty brutal the first time around just because a lot of his attacks in this phase are really bad for new players. Like, you'll just get caught off guard and shot. There's another mechanic that I haven't really mentioned yet when it comes to style generation. If I switch weapons, it will actually let me generate more style. Alright, I'm gonna let you guys decide. Do I go for the riskier quick kill or just try and beat this next boss the safe way?
Go risky.
Risky quick kill. Okay. Alright. So there is some insta-death in this game. It's not in this room, luckily. If I touch the ground, I'll just take some damage. So I just have to kind of survive these giant orbs. So you can fight this boss head-on, or you can sneak behind him and use the terrain for a damage boost. So first I gotta switch weapons. Let's white chainsaw.
Nice.
There you go. And that went more or less perfectly. I did not kind of end it in the proper amount of cycles, so I lost my style, but got it back pretty quickly. And the reason that's so risky is if you mess up, you will just get stuck on the ground, bouncing back into him, and you don't have enough invulnerability frames to like do anything. Oh god. This game is actually probably just about as random in Hotline Miami, so maybe there's a pretty good connection. It's really fast in arcadey though, which is, wow, I almost had that. Quite like it. I'm looking for a pink rocket attack. It will be much faster than pretty much everything else. There we go.
Speaking of it.
And we got the pink light to kill the pink rocket, and boss down. Dude, the ending to this is like the happiest thing ever. So this is the dragon boss, but the dragon is way too powerful to go head on, so we sneak into his body via an apple, a giant apple, and this is how we're gonna fight the dragon. His body is the level, and we just sneak in, trying to get to his heart. This game has multiple difficulties. On very hard mode, you pretty much can't miss a jump. Like, the very hard mode for this game is absolutely insane. But unfortunately, in a lot of ways, it's very marathon unfriendly. Because if you get to a boss and you die and lose your meter, a lot of boss fights start taking really long amounts of time just because of how much time you spend dodging. Bosses actually don't have more HP in harder difficulties, they just do a billion attacks. And have like if there's one missile on screen before, now there's like a billion. I might die. Okay. Messed up a jump and got hit, and if those walls close on you, it's instant death. This is the Bubble Core. This is the worst boss in the game, just because he's very random, and those lasers get very difficult to dodge, just because he kind of spews them out all over the place, and you don't really have time to both hit them and dodge them, and stuff like that happens, where he'll just kind of bounce into me. He's a good boss fight to use a lot of slowdown on, but it's still not something I want to really abuse too much in the run. Just because it ends up wasting time. Okay, cool, didn't get hit. So, something really scary about this level is you actually don't want to fire that much, because the dragon spores, the yellow ones, have, projectiles when they die. So you need to spam attacks out to destroy all these, I think, cells as part of his bloodstream, but you don't want to go too crazy with it because you risk popping too many dragon spores. Which, their projectiles when they leave are actually random. Okay. The camera's pretty brutal in this section. Okay, let's see, and onto the heart. I'm a little bit low on HP, and I don't have an S rank, which is kind of scary, so we'll see how this goes. The heart has 3 different attacks. I'm looking for him to just kind of shoot out some rocks. This is okay. It's nice and long, and I can kind of survive some attacks by dodging. So I don't get hit, dragon down. You can go ahead and look cool.
Nice.
You're in the level clear. So skip the cutscene onto the idiot, final boss of the game. This is the refight section. This is the Hall of Heroes, where we get to see all the statues of the former heroes that we just murdered. Because as we destroyed the last hero, it turns out that the rival will be introduced shortly. Went ahead and took all our credit. But it turns out people don't like it when you kill all their favorite heroes, so no one likes him. Now, what's dangerous about this section is how long the corridors are. It's very easy to get hit by a projectile from behind, so it's not really possible to kill all enemies. You just want to kill as much as you can and hope you don't get shot. Trying to build up enough meter for the next few sections. There we go, B rank is nice. Beat the rival. Skip the cutscene. And we're on to the refights. Except the refights aren't just one boss, it's 2 versions of the bosses we just fought. They have a lot less HP and their attacks have been modified, but it can be really, really brutal, especially with this first boss actually. If you get double bombs, it's incredibly difficult to dodge. A difference here is that Bunny Rocket does not do her first form attack, so I just kind of have to spam out and try and get as much done. But instead they'll, oh man, I'm losing a lot of meter. Instead they'll rely on the second phase attacks, which can be very random. Unfortunately, Bunny Rocket for some reason is really hard to maintain meter against, just because it's hard to land shots. Oh god, I landed on a bullet. I ran out of dashes. Oops. And then on to White Mark 2. There's one difference in attacks that actually I think makes these guys easier. When they do that bounce attack, they only bounce through one wall instead of the double walls you normally see. But I think it actually makes them easier comparatively. And of course, same thing as before, once they do this attack, look for them, try and get some shots down. And with S rank, it makes the next two boss fights very, very fast. So you had 2 worms before, now we're at quad worms. One more down, dash the bullet. We're good. Double blobs. This is just about kind of getting down one of the big blobs quickly and then trying to maintain good distance and space. Because when these guys die, they explode into more blobs. And the explosion radius is actually pretty big, so I have to make sure I don't accidentally kill too much too fast and just cover this screen. Alright, on to the final boss. This guy has a quick kill. Let's see how it goes. Pretty quick. Let's go ahead and hold the chainsaw to his face. Whatever, I'll use the heart. Actually, I might die here because I goofed around too much. But luckily, I can block the missiles. I'm just gonna have to go slow motion and time.
Nice.
I'll take it. World record is like 14, around 14 minutes. I think it's like 13:59 or something right now. Actually, it might be 12:59. But I mean, it's a fun run and it's terrifying for marathons because it can all go.
We love you, studio.
Dude, did I die?
No.
Cool. Alright, I'm gonna leave this running because this is just the happiest ending. And yeah, that's it for Bleed.
Awesome run.
So we have a donation for $133.70 from Boot Disc Revolution. Early morning hype. Big shout out to Studio for running Bleed at this amazing event. Put my donation to Runner's Choice. Good luck with the run. We've got a $10 donation from Zulen Man. Studio, it's Zulen Man. Good luck. Glad to see you make it to Sgdq. Hope you can make it to the International. I'd like to thank Studio again for that amazing run of Bleed. Coming up next, we have... Should have been more prepared. We have Dust with... we have Dust by Vulajin. And for upcoming bids, we have a donation incentive for Visit the Dev Room for Anodyne, which is coming up within the next hour. We'll be right back after we run an ad. So I'd like to remind everybody that our marathon is for Doctors Without Borders. Doctors Without Borders is a charity that raises money for... It's an international medical humanitarian organization created by doctors and journalists in France in 1971. Today, they provide independent and impartial assistance in more than 60 countries to people whose survival is threatened by violence, neglect, and catastrophe, primarily due to armed conflicts, epidemics, malnutrition, exclusion from healthcare, or natural disasters. I've also been informed that the developer of this game is right now in the Quake IRC, so he can answer any questions you have about the game. So Sgdq is done by Speeddumb's Archive and Speedrun Live. Speeddumb's Archive is the premier community for video game speedruns. You can follow them at SDA Speedruns, or you can go follow them at twitch.tv or twitch.tv/team/SDA. SRL Speedrun Live is the best site to race video games online against others. Players of all skill levels are welcome to join, whether you'd like to become competitive or just race casually with friends. You can go to their front page, speedrunslive.com, for more information and to watch a wide variety of speedrun streams.
That's plus. Stuff. Things.
Stuff.
Alright.
Lots of stuff.
Then it's falling off. Okay, before I actually start, I have to point out one thing and then also say one thing. Also, this thing is... You gotta cut this again, 1 sec.
Vulajin with the microphone problems.
Just a reminder that all the games that you see within the next little bit are all a part of the Humble Bundle, and if you go buy the Humble Bundle, all the proceeds go towards Doctors Without Borders.
Test. Making noise. Okay. Alright, so before we start the run, there's 2 things. One is that you should take special note of the fact that I have no existing save data. I am going to be making a save and using it during the course of the run, so this is just to make it clear that we're not just like using some sort of glitched save file I've already made. I'm going to make one during the course of the run. Spoiler. The second thing is, one of my couch commentators for this run was going to be Mr. Ogum, who is a really, really good speed run glitch finder and router and theory crafter. And unfortunately, he couldn't be here because he had a family emergency. And I just wanted to say that I really am thankful for everything that you've done for me, Mr. Ogum, and I really hope for the best for you. I hope everything turns out all right. All right. So we're gonna start as soon as I pick difficulties. So ready for count?
Mic down.
Okay, I'm just gonna like not move my head during this run ever. Alright, so you guys ready? Alright, 3, 2, 1, go. So this is Dust, an Elysian Tale. This is an indie action RPG made by one person. That's not entirely fair to say, but this was basically the life project in some ways of Dean Dodrill, who is a really cool dude. He's hanging in QuakeNet IRC right now. So go check it out and chat with him. This game is a really, really fun game that has, you know, it's not like the best story in the world or anything, but it's a really fun game to play, and I highly recommend that you give it a shot. It's available on Steam, etc. So right at the beginning here, there's this little tutorial sequence where you get to find out about combat, and you can't really skip it or do anything during it that actually advances the game, so I'm just kind of practicing a movement technique that I'm going to use on the first 2 screens and never again. So almost every cutscene in this game can be skipped, and I will be doing that. As you can see, I'm doing that thing that I was just doing. This is called the Rocket Slash. It's just a way of getting slightly more movement out of basically nothing.
Yeah, he also picks up that key because he needs it for money later. So.
Yes. I'm going to need 6 keys, 5 fruits, which I'm going to get kind of automatically, and 2 chickens. And it turns out the easiest place to find chickens is inside walls. Of course, that's where you find chickens, right? This game does have a bit in the way of references to other games. So, for example, the wall chickens are kind of an homage to Castlevania and its style games. So, I've just gotten the roll ability, and now I'm going to be rolling a lot, like the entire rest of the run. Everything, all of the movement in this run is pretty much based around the roll and various ways of using it. Another thing that I'm doing here is I'm canceling the animation of the roll every time I roll by using a crouch slash attack, and then I'm canceling the animation of the crouch slash with a roll. So as a result, I'm able to roll way faster than you normally can. It cuts up about like 1/3 of a second from every single roll you do. So you just have to kind of do this rhythm the entire time you're playing the game. This is one of the few cutscenes in the game you can't skip. You're learning about a new power you just got called the Dust Storm. I'm not really going to use the Dust Storm by itself in this run, but there's an upgrade pretty soon called the Aerial Dust Storm that I'm going to use a whole lot. I'll talk about that as soon as I get it.
Yes, Doc. However, all right.
If this is
So now we're rolling. Also, if you roll fast enough, in certain places the camera can't really keep up. But that's alright.
You don't need the camera to know where you're going.
Of course, I just count my rolls, everything's fine. So here we're dropping down here to pick up another key, and then we're using this neat property of aerial attacks in this game, which is that they home in on nearby enemies and allow you to kind of jump up where you really shouldn't be able to. Also right here, I've just gotten this nice little effect called the red barrier. The red barrier is basically anytime you get to the exit of a room and there are still enemies nearby, the red barrier will appear and it will prevent you from continuing until you kill the enemies. So, or more accurately, until the enemies aren't near you anymore. So I just kind of knock them away or kill them if it's fast to do so, and then move on as quickly as I can. Most of the time, though, I'll be able to get by without having to fight anything, pretty much. So this is the Aerial Dust Storm. I mean, this itself isn't the Aerial Dust Storm. This is the thing that I'm doing with the Aerial Dust Storm, which is called the Aerial Dodge Cancel. And the idea is just that in the air, instead of canceling the roll with a crouch slash, you cancel it with the Aerial Dust Storm. Also, I think I need that chicken. And this is the fastest method of movement in the game, save for one that I'm not going to get access to. Alright, so here I actually want to land on the ground there before I get to the next screen, and then I'm going to get hit. Eventually. Alright, that allows me to skip a cutscene, because why not? So we're almost at the end of this, the first zone. And normally at the end of the first zone, there's a boss where you fight 3 giants. And it's really tedious and time-consuming. So what I'm going to do is fly over it. And I'm going to do that using a trick called the Rising Dust Storm. This combines the air slash attack with the aerial dust storm, and you just kind of rise into the air infinitely. Again, it's all about animation canceling, and it's really nice how it works. Basically, you can use this to rise into the air infinitely, like anywhere you want, so you can do all sorts of things, like, for example, flying over boss triggers. So right here, what you're seeing is a panorama cutscene. This just kind of shows you what the zone you're entering looks like. And right now we're entering the village, and so I can't really skip that cutscene, but I am going to skip most of the other panorama cutscenes of the run. I say most because I think there are skips for every single one of the other ones, but I might not necessarily accomplish them. Some of them are a little bit sensitive. Also, I hope you like the sound of Dust grunting as he rolls, because you're going to hear it a lot. Alright, so now we have these 5 fruits and 3 chickens, which is actually more than I need, which is cool. And we're going to sell 5 of the keys that we picked up. We need the other one of them. And we use those to buy teleport stones. Teleport stones can be used at any save point. Oh, hold on. Hold on. We gotta do this important thing. Yeah, go. Get in the corner. Go. Go. Alright, good. So that glitch is called fail storage. And the idea is just that if you try to talk to the NPC as they're going off the screen. Oh, by the way, we just did a really big glitch. There's no conceivable way I could actually explain what I just did there. It would take longer than the actual run is going to take. So instead I'll just say that I did a warp and then bad stuff happened. And then we made a save file, and so now we have a save file that has bad stuff in it. And now we're going to do the Rising Dust Storm to get up to the top of this chamber with vines and spikes. We can't climb the vines yet because we don't have the upgrade that allows us to do that. But we can Rising Dust Storm all the way up. And then at the top there's a chest, and that's why we kept that 1 key. This chest has an item called the Flesh Sheath. No jokes, please. And we're going to equip this to raise our attack from 4 to 154, which is a pretty big upgrade.
Yeah, this is probably the hardest part of the run, too.
And so now that we've done that, we're going to move on with the actual story. Technically, we could have gotten away without actually coming to this area, but the Flesh Sheath saves so much time through the increased attack that it's worth it. So here, I kill that guy, which gets me enough experience to get to level 1. And I'm going to level up right as I enter this cavern. And leveling up has a knockback effect, so that actually cancels the panorama cutscene I otherwise would have had to watch. Also, you're going to start seeing me really make use of the map warp glitch, which I haven't really talked about, so now is a great time to talk about it. Basically, this category is called any % with warps. Any %, of course, you know, just means however much completion it takes to actually finish the game. Warps means we're using the map warp, and this is kind of an unintentional glitch, to say the least. Basically, on this map here, you're supposed to be able to drag it around to see what's there, but I'm going to, while dragging it around, just press the A button with a random room centered, and it turns out that'll allow me to warp directly into that room. So by combining that with the teleport, remember I bought those teleport stones back in town, I can use those at a save point, oops, in order to exit a level from any save point. I can combine that with the map warp, and I can go basically anywhere I want to go. There are some limitations. I can't go anywhere in a zone that I haven't discovered yet, which means I have to kind of sort of advance the story normally in order to get access to everything.
It should also be noted that this glitch is unique to the PC version, and you can't do it on the Xbox version.
Yeah, there's no way to... The glitch requires using the mouse to move the map. The camera or the controller won't allow you to do that, so it is PC specific. There is a warpless category of this game that doesn't use this glitch, and that can be run on either console or PC. And in fact, Elventini, who is behind me providing commentary, runs that category as opposed to this one. So this is Lady Tethys. She's the first boss we're actually going to fight. She's not very hard. It turns out that she has a lot of trouble, like, figuring out how to get up through the ground when your tail is there. I don't know. Look, I just speedrun, okay? I don't speculate. Now we're gonna try for another cutscene skip. My goal is to walk across the zone trigger here and then walk back left before it actually, there we go, awesome. So that skips the panorama cutscene because the game remembers that I was walking left before it actually switched to the next room. And so when it actually goes into that room, even though the cutscene's playing, it remembers that I was walking left, and so it sends me left, back into that previous room, canceling the cutscene. There's some story stuff happening here. I'm not talking too much about the story, because you should play the game. It's really good. Although, if you don't want spoilers, every part of the run is okay for you to watch, except the end. Should be obvious why, I guess. Also, there's, like, you'll notice that I'm waiting for a bit before skipping these cutscenes. That's because you can't skip them until, like, the dialogue portion starts. So for the most part, I have, like, muscle memory for when that's gonna happen, but sometimes I'm just slightly off, and so I have to open the menu twice. And now we're just getting out of here as quickly as we can. There again, you see that the aerial dust storm homes in on enemies that are nearby, which is really, really nice. That's General Gaius on the right. He is the final boss. That's not really that much of a spoiler. Like, you meet him almost immediately. So now we're entering the Sorrowing Meadow, and this is probably the most broken zone. We're gonna go... Basically, we have 4 objectives in here. We're gonna go directly to the objectives, and then, of course, we'll have to walk out to find the save point, and then we can teleport back to the world map, and then warp back in, and so on. So this is mostly just movement optimization and doing things quickly. I would say you have about a minute and a half for donations if you have them.
All right. We have a $35 donation from Forgetta Kueller. Hey Vulajin, thanks for running 2 of my favorite games in recent memory. Best of luck in the runs. I'll be checking out your channel after Sgdq. We also have a $35 donation from Mishley. Hey Vulajin, Mishley here. Congrats on your recent sub 20 record. Still unable to beat 105 for Warpless, but working on it. Hopefully you can get Flesh Sheath first try this year. Please put this towards anything which will involve another game being played or additional content glitches being shown in a game that's already being played. Vulajin can pick if he has a preference. We are $75 away from reaching the Visit the Dev Room in Anodyne, which is in about 40 or 50 minutes, I believe.
So a thing that I just did there was that I jumped into the air at the same time that I opened the menu to teleport. And that allowed me to have higher height as I entered that room from out of bounds when I did the warp. Because the Y height that you exit the last room that you were in determines the Y height that you enter the room that you warp into. So I needed just a little bit extra height in order for the game to spawn me out of bounds, but not out of bounds enough that I couldn't just get into bounds. It turns out floors are not that solid, for example. Also, right after this mansion, we're gonna go to the 4th one, and I'm actually not going to warp directly into that mansion. I'm gonna warp outside of it. And the reason is that I need to break some walls that are outside it before I can actually go in, because the walls will block me from coming back. So we're gonna get these bomb fruits here. And we're gonna go all the way over here and pull them down and break these 2 walls as quickly as possible. And now we'll use the aerial dust storm with that beehive or flesh fly nest or whatever it's called, and we'll get back up to the top. Now we'll go in the mansion.
Yeah, the Sorrowing Meadow here is definitely the longest of the chapters to go through, so you have to go to all 4 mansions.
Also, another thing that I'm doing here, you'll notice that there was a brief glimpse of the red barrier there, but I actually could have just knocked some of those enemies away and gotten by. But I intentionally killed a whole bunch of them because I need experience, not too much. I could probably get away with a little less in that case, but I need to be at a certain experience level so that when I defeat the next boss, I'm going to get to level 8. Because the way this game assigns stats, the way this game works in terms of leveling up is that each level up you get a gem that you can assign to 1 stat. You have 4 stats: HP, attack, defense, and fidget. For the purpose of a speedrun, all we care about is attack. But you can only have up to 4 more points in your highest stat than your lowest stat. So we want to be at level 8, because then we can have 1 point in every stat, except we can have 5 in attack. So there's one rub to that. I'm on casual difficulty, and casual difficulty is really nice for some things, like for example, infinite stamina. But on the other hand, in casual difficulty, it automatically assigns your stats every level. Like it's going to now. So I was actually supposed to switch difficulty before killing that boss, but I failed to do so. If you switch to normal difficulty before killing the boss, then you'll be able to assign your stats manually. And I'll put them all into attack, and whatever else needs to go into the other stats to allow that. And that'll allow me to get the maximum possible attack. It's a difference of about 100 attack, which, remember, the flesh sheath was 150. So 100 is pretty big. But we can still, like, it doesn't prevent us from beating the game or anything. It just costs us probably around 40 seconds. Alright, so now we're basically skipping directly to the end of the game. This zone, Blackmore Mountains, it's supposed to be fairly lengthy, fairly challenging. There's a lot of mandatory fights. And also here in this house, some cutscenes are going to happen. Sorry, no spoilers. And then we're going to go to the end of the game. Also, I guess right now I'll talk a little bit more about that glitched save that I made earlier. So it turns out when you warp to a room that is not quite a normal room, like it has a space on the map, but isn't actually a room, the game will put you in a weird state where it thinks you're in the Glade, which is the first zone in the game. Also, this is to skip a cutscene. But it still has the same, like, you're still in the same room that you are already in, which is weird in and of itself. But then you're going to make a save, and that save is going to have the property that it has no location. So if you load that save, you will stay in the room that you're already in. But your game state will revert to where it was when you made the glitch save. Also, this is the final boss. Good music for this fight. Also, I am kidding. This fight has actually really good music, but because of the map warp that we did, you don't get to hear it. So you just get to hear the main world map music forever.
One benefit to the save that he did to get here is this boss normally has 4 stages, and we skip directly to the final one, so you don't have to fight 3 of them.
Yeah, each phase of this fight has 60,000 HP. You can see how much damage I'm dealing, so 60,000 is kind of a big deal. In fairness, I'm doing less than I would if I had correctly done the level up, but it's still a lot of damage to deal, 240,000 or whatever. Plus, the other phases all have extra enemies just wandering around being irritating, so it's really nice to skip those 3 phases specifically. So this entire fight is just me doing this one combo to just kind of keep him stun locked. It's kind of hard because sometimes he'll just arbitrarily parry you or just get invincibility frames. But if you do it right, it's pretty quick. Time is not when I deal the final hit to this boss, because there's one more thing after that. So after you defeat the final boss, I'm gonna try not to make this too much of a spoiler, but basically there's a sequence where you're supposed to crawl along the ground for around 30 seconds. But it turns out that our glitch save has the property that it can kind of... Well, I'll just let you see for yourself. We're just about done here. Alright, we're gonna finish him off with regular attacks so that he doesn't go flying after a pile driver, although he still went flying. Alright, time is about 20 seconds from now. Alright, so we have to wait for this to fade in. Oh, by the way, if you don't want spoilers, go away like right now. And now we're gonna load that save file. Oh, that's kind of funky. Let's try it again. And time. Not too bad for the mistake.
It's definitely good.
So yeah, aside from how thoroughly I broke it during this run, this game is actually really, really good. I'm not even kidding either. Like, it is a really good game. Absolutely worth the money, and I highly recommend that you pick it up. Also, thanks very much for Noogie for joining in the QuakeNet chat. That was really cool of him. I hope that you guys enjoyed that. And yeah, thanks for having me twice.
Big thanks to Vulajin for that Dusk and Elysian tail run. We're gonna take.
What's with this thing?
Did you break the mic?
Get out.
We're gonna take a quick commercial break and then we'll be right back.
Come on, Dust. Get up. We did everything right, Dust.
Just a reminder that the cutoff for Visit the Dev Room, Anodyne, will be in about 20 or 30 minutes. It'll be halfway through the run. That being said, we are only $75 off right now. I'd like to remind everybody that if you would turn off your ad block while you are watching, all the funds will go towards the marathon. Also, all money from subscriptions will go towards Doctors Without Borders as well.
Ready? Alright. We'll start in 3. 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so welcome to Outlast. This will be in all chapters run. Probably one of the first things you'll notice is I started from a point where Miles actually gets out of his Jeep. There's kind of several reasons why we do that. For one, the opening cutscene's really long, really annoying. Doesn't really do anything. You don't even actually have full control of your characters. Additionally, there's like a file that you'll close that he opens and takes a look at before he gets out of the car. If you mash like spacebar or anything to try to close it quickly, you run the risk of actually crashing. So we just skip that because of stability issues and stuff like that. So, as far as other tricks, you see me jumping a lot towards goals, such as like passing through like crawl spaces like that and doors. The main purpose of that is so the main purpose of like jumping is jumping forward while running is actually the fastest form of movement. Except when you jump continuously, you'll gradually slow down. But your first jump is always the fastest and the furthest. So as you jump to points like doors and stuff like that, just to see how that what I did right there was a door boost. Doors are only solid objects when they're not moving, because there's an ability where you can grab onto a door and like kind of peek around the corners and stuff, make sure it's safe and stuff like that. But when you let go, the door swings open and you're still standing still, so the door passes through you. So basically what I do for a door boost is I peek, and then I'll let go, jump to the side, and then basically jump back into the door right as it becomes active again. And instead of pushing me out, it actually pushes me up. And that allows me to get to a lot of different out of bounds places and stuff. So I took a hit there, not really a big deal though. Enemies will usually take one swing at you, and whether they miss or they hit, it will be a while before they actually take another swing. If they're in your way, you can actually like push them out of the way just by like walking into them. But we got a little bit here, so if there's anything you want to read, you can go ahead.
We have a $75 donation from Puzzles. What you guys are doing is amazing. Raising money for a worthy cause while playing video games is possibly the greatest idea ever. Keep up the good work. We also have a $15 donation from Like Q. Glad you made it, St. Connor. Awesome to see this game being speedrunned. Money goes to runner's choice.
Let's do... Is Bionic Commando 100% completed yet? If not, put it towards that.
Bionic Commando? Bionic Commando?
So, you notice, if you've ever played this game, I actually skipped a cutscene. Anytime you see saving in the bottom left, that means I've hit a checkpoint. So you'll see me use a lot of save and exit abuse, stuff like that. So this next trick's kind of difficult. If I miss it, I got a backup strat. So. Alright, I got it. Sweet. So, those pauses that I'm doing while I'm out of bounds, occasionally if you're like deep out of bounds, where there's like nothing near you, the game will black out. The way this game works is everything's like procedurally generated, as far as like it only loads what's visible to you. It's to do it to like save memory and stuff like that. Oh, I got dragged. Try to dodge him. Yeah, he juked me good. But nope, not having it. So that's one of the twin brothers that we lovingly call the Donger brothers. As you can kind of see with their wang hanging out there. But, yeah. So,
This next trick we call the Kitty Pride. If you're a Marvel fan, you'll kind of see why here in a second. So I just basically jumped through 2 floors and 3 rooms. So that allows me to skip like an entire section of the prison right here. And now I'm headed into the sewers. So in this time, I've made it through the admin block and the prison block. So that's 2 chapters down already, and we're headed into sewers. So you can see that door boosting is pretty broken. It's a fairly new trick. It's been around for a couple months, and because of that, it's actually made 80% like down to less than 10 minutes. So it's a really broken way. And if I have some time, I might show it off at the end. I won't do a full run, of course, but I'll at least show the trick, depending on how things go here. But coming up in the sewer here, this next room I enter, there's 2 valves that I gotta turn off to unflood the little ladder off to the right here. But I don't feel like doing that, so I'm gonna do yet another door boost and skip about half the sewer. So that skips turning both those valves off, climbing down that ladder, going to another section, climbing up the ladder, and coming like opposite of this over here. So there's small tricks with water. Anything that slows you down in the game can actually be jumped through. So instead of just like walking really slow through it, jumping is actually a lot faster. So it's like the one point jumping continuously is actually very useful. Probably read off a couple donations here too.
So we have a $50 donation from Albino Hat. Albino Hat here. I just wanted to give a shout out to my good friend Connor. We've had a lot of good times breaking Outlast together, and here's to plenty more. Good luck on the run. May the back hops be with you, my friend. P.S. Your young punk attitude is not going to fly on this stream, young man. P.P.S. Nice shirt.
Albino Hat. Yeah. So. You know, Giana had been running this for a while. He actually made this shirt that I'm wearing right now. It's all Outlast themed.
We have an $150 donation from Larmo. Really enjoying the stream. Big shout outs to all the guys and girls behind the scenes making these events happen time after time. Donation to Announcer's Choice. Where are we at on Pokemon Red?
So this next trick's kind of difficult, so if you don't mind, I'm gonna get some serious time here. That's not the trick. This is Vent Hubbard, so I can get out of bounds. Alright, so that's what we call the Disco Inferno. It skips a huge portion of the game. In fact, it skips a whole section where Dr. Traeger cuts off your fingers. So if you notice real quick, I still have my fingers intact. So I skipped that whole section, but this whole section's not loaded correctly, so it blacks out. But I hit a checkpoint there. So I reload, continue from there. And because I skipped him, I'm not supposed to, I now don't have my fingers anymore. Because the game recognizes that you're past Traeger. So they're like, well, we're just going to take your fingers. So Courtyard's pretty straightforward. The run's actually going pretty well so far, so I'm going to do some baby strats on as far as ledge jumping is concerned. But there's not much going on in this, so if there's any more incentives or any more donations, you can read those.
So all the donation incentives have been met for a little while. The next donation incentive we need to meet is Atari 2600 controller guide. That's for El Ventio. That's at 20 out of $250.
So when I'm talking about ledge jumping, normally I can just like jump to the ledge and it will like put me on it and I can just kind of like run around it. But there's kind of a risk with that ledge in particular. It only saves about like 5 seconds actually doing the ledge jump, but the consequence of missing it is like anywhere between 10 to 30 seconds depending on where I missed it at. So if I miss it on one side of the fence, it's 10 seconds. If I miss it on the other, it's 30. I'd rather not risk it right now. I'll try this next one, but we'll see how it goes. So right here, this is actually the first time in the run that we meet Chris Walker. He bought me. Actually gotta wait a minute here for my health to catch back up. Cool, got it. So I gotta wait because occasionally I will take fall damage right there. And if he's hit me, I risk dying. That makes that fall. So I let him hit me there on purpose because if I don't, once I get in the crawl space, he'll grab me and then turn around and throw me in the opposite direction, which we don't want. So now that was Courtyard, and we are in the female ward now. So here's where things get really fun. This is where one of the most difficult tricks in the game is. It's pretty technical. Doing a lot of stuff like going out of bounds, basically blinking the map so I can kind of see where I'm at, stuff like that. So again, a serious time if you would. So the store's not supposed to open, but it does. And crawl under here, crawl back out, out of bounds. So you can see why it's kind of difficult. I need to basically side hop over before the map loads. There we go. I fell. Fuck. So you can see why this is kind of difficult. I can't see anything. There's a very slim edge, and it's just out of bounds that I have to walk onto. Really hard to do. So that's the end of the female ward. That avoids getting all the fuses to get a key, go lose my camera, picking it back up, all this stuff. Saves probably a good 5 minutes, 4 or 5 minutes. It's a huge skip, but it's very difficult, especially doing it in a marathon situation. So one more big trick to do for sequence breaking again. I'm in the return to admin block section now, so got one more chapter to go. And I'm actually in the very beginning of this section. It's going to be in the next. So you can kind of see where loading comes into play there. Got it. So now I'm in the underground lab section, which is the last chapter in the game. This chapter is pretty straightforward. Unfortunately, this place is pretty Loctite. We can do door boosting and kind of look out of bounds, but there's really nothing there, which is unfortunate. So we had to deal through a few cinematics. But since I have some time, I want to give some shout outs. So obviously Albino Hat, who sent that wonderful, wonderful donation. Me and him have been going at this for quite a while. He's been constantly like getting world records, losing it, and then getting them back. So he actually has the world record right now, I think, for 80% with a 9:46. So extremely fast. Also, Wrong Warped, one of my buddies actually helped, kind of got me into this game back in like November, December timeframe. He's helped find a lot of stuff, even accidentally find stuff. And so we've gone through different iterations of that. Luigi's, he's gotten tons of world records. Him and Albino Hat like went head to head for like a long time. And then there's like a big PS4 community as well. This game's on PS4, obviously, PC, and just came out on Xbox One too. So it's definitely out there. I suggest picking it up. It's a really good game, despite how I'm showing it to be. I mean, these aren't things that you can just casually do. We had to hunt really hard to find some of this stuff. But for a while we were, 80% was sitting around 43 minutes, the longest time. Until the PS4 community came along, and they really helped break the game. They're the ones that actually found like the door boosting and like several other tricks and stuff like that. So basically, once door boosting was found, it opened up the door, so to speak. No pun intended. For the rest of the game. This is Vernecki. He's a big player in the story. Really ugly looking. But shout outs to Red Barrels for making a great game. Obviously a very disgusting game. It's just a flesh wound. But this is a really quality game for being an indie game and stuff like that. Like casually, it's about a 4 or 6 hour game, probably playing it through for the first time. Unfortunately, I skip a lot of cool people. Like Dr. Traeger is like amazing in this game. The voice acting is like really well done. Dialogue's really well done and stuff too. Chris Walker, the big guy, that just kind of lumbers around. Skip him. Stuff like that. I only get like one interaction with him really, and that's him getting murdered by the Wall Rider. Vernecki's giving this big speech right now about the Wall Rider and who he is. And there's this big underground program. They're basically under an insane asylum, and they're using the people in the asylum as the test subjects for basically bioweapon engineering and stuff like that. And they use these nanobites, or nanobots, to basically create this almost ghastly image based on the consciousness of like people and stuff like that. Really twisted. Ironically, the story kind of reminds me of a lot of Resident Evil. I don't know if that's where they get their inspiration from, but it's like you got this mansion that's out in the middle of nowhere, this lab underneath it. They're using people to use like bioweapons. You got like Chris Walker who follows you everywhere, trying to kill you, just like Nemesis would. So there's like a lot of similarities and stuff like that, which I find pretty curious. But the rest is pretty straightforward. So, I mean, if you really got anything else to read off as far as donations, feel free. There's not much for at least a couple minutes now.
We have a $25 donation from Albino Hat. Albino Hat again. I forgot to mention that the $50 I donated earlier was Connor's choice. Also, this 25 goes to the gentleman smiling behind Connor in the blue shirt. He really seems to be enjoying this run. We also have a $5 donation from Gigo. Greetings from Germany. Great stream. To all the runners at Viel Glück. Here, actually go to that.
So right now what I'm doing is Vernicky basically tells you the only way to kill the Wall Rider is to kill this guy named Billy, who's strapped up in this machine and basically controlling the Wall Rider. So you gotta turn off his oxygen and cut off the power as well. And we'll pass by Billy and say hi to him on the way to the next part. Needless to say, it sucks to be Billy. Hi, Billy. This game's pretty brutal. But the expansion pack, the DLC to it, is the Whistleblower. It's actually more brutal than this game is, which is saying a lot. But I definitely recommend checking out both this and Whistleblower. And there is actually a community for Whistleblower too. A lot of the same tricks like door boosting and stuff work in Whistleblower as well. So coming up on one more trick, the last kind of big trick of the game. We call this one the Superman. Kind of see why. A little YOLO jumping. So instead of going all the way back down and then trying to jump across that bridge again and going into the cutscene, we do a little bit of climbing off the rails and then YOLO jump into the cutscene instead. Saves a decent amount of time. Now we just gotta activate killing Billy, pretty much. Final stage here. So this is the final cutscene. Well, besides the ending credits and stuff, of course. From this point, from hitting the button, it's about a minute and 45 seconds to the end. Still got a little bit here, but it's coming up. Miles has been through hell. He's about to go through a little bit more here. Basically the premise is you're killing Billy, Billy's slowly dying, and the Wall Rider needs a host in order to live. And unfortunately Miles is the closest living thing. So he kind of whoops up on him a little bit and then takes over his body. Miles has still got a little bit left in him, so trying to get out. This is kind of a small trick, it's nothing special. If I went up the stairs, he enters this big cinematic where he's like stumbling around all over the place. Instead, you can just climb the rail and skip that altogether. We can kind of do a swag moonwalk. Moonwalk our way to the end. And, time's coming up soon. And time. Not awful. Not as good as it could have been. I kind of got nervous going into female ward just because I hit everything else first try, which is unusual for me. But yeah, so besides female ward, everything else went pretty well. So I do have a couple minutes here, so I'm just going to go show exactly what the any percent trick is. So it involves the same door boost we did early in the game, instead we go a different direction with it. Instead of right, we'll go left here. You can run around this, but I'm going to crouch. I don't feel like falling off. It's not supposed to boost me up like that. Fortunately, it did. This break only takes a few seconds anyways.
Is now a good time for donations?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
So we have another $25 from Albino Hat. Here's the final bit of monies for tonight. Good job, Connor. Optic loves you too, but he has no money, so this is from me. And to the blue shirt guy who looked confused, yes, I meant you. We have $50 from Long Rat. This is my first time seeing Sgdq, and I had to support such a noble cause. Thanks to all the wonderful people who've put so much time and effort to create such a fun event. Can't wait for the Risk of Rain run. We have $20 from Local Host. Keep on keeping on, duders.
So I'm actually out of bounds, obviously, but I'm in the basement area, and I don't know if the basement just had a lot of troubles during testing and stuff, but their answer to that was basically put a giant invisible floor along the entire side of the basement, which interestingly enough gives us enough room to kind of do this right here. So I do this big jump, and now I'm in the lab again. So I basically go from the very beginning of the game to the very end of the game. And that's the 80% round. So thanks for watching, thanks for your donations, especially for the incentive and stuff like that. And, that's it. Thanks.
Big shout out to St. Connor for his Outlast run. Coming up next, we have ShadowDraft doing Anodyne. But first, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. I'd like to remind everybody again that Sgdq is raising money for Doctors Without Borders. Doctors Without Borders is an international medical humanitarian organization created by doctors.
Do you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. I can hear myself too.
Nice.
Professor Roman in ShadowDraft. About to show you a fantastic game.
Okay.
What?
Okay. Yeah, I have to sign in.
Okay.
Sad.
Would you like to play this game? I would. If you would let me play this game, I'd love to play it. Oh man. We're not showing any secret information on stream, so it's okay.
Actually, is this working? Nope.
Oh no. I mean, if we need to use mine, we can use mine.
Which one is it? Like this one?
What that guy said.
Yeah, that one.
What Iceplug said.
Okay, that works. No,
All about
I don't
that.
want to be signed in. Go away.
Oh no. No. We don't want any more of that.
Go offline.
Oh my gosh. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't. Yeah.
Huh?
Oh man. My nostalgia right now. It's been a little bit since I've done a run of this.
Yeah?
I mean, it's been a while since I've done 80%, but I remember everything very clearly. Oh my gosh. I love the music in this game.
Yeah, the music is great.
Just see, yeah, okay. I want to make sure the capture is right.
Actually,
the basic resolution of this game is really strange because it's an extremely vertical game, and it was just like an artistic choice that they made in developing it. The devs of this game have actually been pretty active on the SDA forums. Sgdq, in particular, has been the most active dev, and he was.
Yeah.
After he found the forum, 2
He's
days
been
afterwards.
helping a lot.
Yeah, 2 days afterwards, he was like, "I'm really excited to see your speedrun." Apparently, they knew about a lot of the stuff that they left in the game, and they just like were waiting for us to find it.
Yeah.
And we did a really fumbling job of finding it, which we'll talk about a little bit, I guess, during the run. But
yeah, I'm ready. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. So this is the intro. I'm gonna skip all the text, sorry.
Yeah.
No plot for you.
Basic plot of Anodyne is you're a kid trapped in a dream, and your goal is to escape. What first attracted me to Anodyne was it's a really cool kind of like Link to the Past style, top-down, really, fun, interesting boss fights, interesting puzzles to solve. It had some platforming, and I really enjoyed that. So the first runs of this game were about, I think, an hour and 15 minutes. And as ShadowDraft is going to show you, it is now 5 to 10.
Yeah.
Things changed a lot. So at first we didn't really understand how to manipulate the game, but as ShadowDraft is showing you right now, we discovered this, which is you can use screen transitions to wiggle your character out of bounds and then basically do whatever you want. So the first runs of this game took a long time because we were basically playing as intended, and then we discovered out of bounds. And this is what I meant when I said fumbling. We thought that you had to get the jump boots to go out of bounds, which makes absolutely no sense because going out of bounds is clearly related to screen transitions, but we thought you had to have the jump boots at the same time. So the runs were still 15 minutes, and then Judgy from the SDA forums discovered that what you really need to do is just wiggle screen transition count, and it's either a 6 count.
Oh, damn it.
Okay, you have 3 steps here. to get off screen, and ShadowDraft took one extra step, which means that the bike lady talks to you, which loses time. You either have 6 or 7 based off of where you start to move 1 block down or up, and so perfectly counting those will get you the fastest possible screen transitions. But we didn't understand that at first. Fantastic. So we just exited the first area of the game, did not fight the first boss, did not pick up the weapon, which in this game is a broom, and basically didn't pick up any key items. So there's some locations that ShadowDraft is going to have to avoid for the rest of the run, otherwise it'll soft lock. Because the guy will ask you to like, hey man, show me your broom, and you're like, I've got a broom, bruv. Yeah, so that's fantastic. The trick that ShadowDraft is about to do is something that I have never really performed successfully, so I'm going to let him talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so upcoming is the so-called pit skip. I'll talk about it when I get there, actually. So just let me get this screen transition. So what you do is you mash directions. That's not it. That's it. And the first one is actually easier than the second one because you have a few pixels of leeway on this one. So nice.
Wow. That's
second try is really good.
That is extremely hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it only saves like 10 seconds.
Yeah, it saves 10 seconds instead of going out of bounds and walking all the way around. But yeah, the pit skip was discovered by Lifning, another Anodyne runner, who I believe is the current record holder of the game.
His record is insane.
Which is great. I don't know if anyone could really beat it. Because everything.
It's actually up on SDA right now.
Yeah, it's currently up on the SDA forums, and it's perfect. All of his screen transition counts are perfect. He doesn't make one extra screen transition. First try on the pit skip, and then directly into the game. Now, you can see the 8-bit glitch going on, which this is one of the, literally a feature, according to the developers of the game. All right, now we're in the last part of the game. This is the end of the game.
Spoilers, dude.
I mean, this is a part of the game that is, could be close to the end. But the 8-bit glitch and things like that when you go out of bounds it's one of the features that the developers kind of left in with speedrunning in mind. The developers of this game really enjoyed speedrunning. And so there were a few things that, according to them on the forums, they decided not to fix on purpose because they wanted to see what speedruns of their game would be like.
They are also working on a new project focused on speedrunning right now. It's called Even the Ocean. It's actually 2 games in one.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I got that concept right.
I don't know. I haven't kept up with that little bit. But the developers of this game are very concerned with making games that are good speedrunning games and good casual play games, which I think is actually pretty fantastic because they're kind of developing with 2 concepts in mind. So, in conclusion of the run, this game started off with an 80% run that was basically intended play and finishing it properly. Moved on to picking up some boots and killing 1 boss and finishing the game. To this, which is literally walk to the end of the game. This is the end of the game. You skip all of the plot, everything. Basically, you're this kid Briar, and you're seeking this guy. No, you're seeking Briar. This is how many times I've run this game. I forgot the actual plot. Yeah. So time's going to be very soon.
Time.
6:05. It's not bad.
Nice.
But yeah, Anodyne is absolutely the perfect example of taking a game and saying, I really want to speedrun this game and make it as short as possible, and then after reaching like the conclusion of that, you kind of go, well, maybe a little less fast would have been more fun. But it's really nice to have a game that you've worked on go from an hour plus to the world record is around 5 minutes.
Yeah.
It's really fun. And here are all of the monsters, all of the bosses and characters in the game that you never met. And my favorite just scrolled by Goldman, who is literally Link. And if you talk to Goldman in the game, he's like, "Hey, I'm chopping bushes for my family. I get money from the bushes, and I use it to feed my family." So Link is he's pretty good in there. So the guys who developed this knew it. So we're doing that developer room now, yeah?
Yep.
All right.
Okay, so I'm gonna start a new file for that, since I used the save point to be.
Yeah, to be extra safe. ShadowDraft picked up a save point by the pit skip in case he died, which makes sense because that is a really hard skip. Usually you wouldn't grab that because it costs extra frames, which is literally what this game is down to. So one of the other things the developers left in is the developer room, which is where we're going to right now, and it just kind of shows off a lot of the stuff they tested when they were making the game. They really didn't mind leaving a whole bunch of crap in out of bounds. I mean, there are number blocks, drawings, all sorts of things out of bounds in the game because they expected you to go out of bounds. One of the features in this game is a broom called the swap broom, and the swap broom grabs any tile from the game and swaps it with another tile in the game. So you can walk over to the corner, grab a brick that is supposed to keep you from moving there, and just put it behind you and then walk out of bounds. So out of bounds in this game is intended. And so they left a lot of like fun and interesting stuff, which I assume they left in to encourage the exploration of the out of bounds of the game. But that, of course, like I said, was intended to be done with the swap room, not by wiggling, which is what ShadowDraft is doing here fantastically.
Nope, I failed.
Wiggle, 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 wiggle.
I failed again.
Yeah.
What? Okay.
So something we didn't really talk about, I mean, we mentioned a couple times, is depending on whether you're coming from the left or from the right, you want to have an exact amount of screen transitions. So I'm remembering correctly, if you're transitioning left first, it's 7, and if you're transitioning right first, it's 6. Am I doing that right?
Actually, it's 6 from both.
6 from both?
Yeah.
Okay, so the game changed a little bit since the last time I ran it, and it's 6 regardless, and I'm a moron. Which is fine, ShadowDraft's the one running the game. I'm just here to give history, I guess. This area that we're in right now, because I just realized that you're probably like, what is this? This is the teleportation, these are the teleportation rooms. So as you go through the game, you unlock teleports to take you from like, the tree world to the swamp world to the water world.
Yeah, this is the game hub.
Yeah, this is the game hub, which we didn't use at all because we just walked to the end of the game. I forgot how ridiculous this is. It's just fantastic. This is space. There are a lot of fancy pixels, and we're just dancing across space, looking at the beautiful stars and contemplating our life. As we wiggle, what are we doing here? Why do I wiggle? What does it mean to move up or move left and right? Are we all just a pawn in this fantastic world? Are we simply moving against a backdrop of stars? That's all too philosophical. We're gonna get out of bounds here really soon and check out the dev room, which is nifty. And thank you everyone who donated for the dev room.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, almost there.
Almost there. Oh my gosh. I love this game. This is for me, this is the second game I ever did a speed run of. So it's a
Should we do it?
Special place in my heart. Yep. Okay. All right. This is the dev room.
What is going on here?
Nothing makes sense.
Oh, checkpoint.
This is how checkpoints work. How we are saved in the dev room.
Oh, what?
That is, these are all demos of traps and stuff in the game. So that was a spike tube that you're supposed to jump over. There's patterns. There's the little block. Yeah, riding scroll with rock. Welcome to the debug world! You have stepped outside of the land, so consider this world 90% non-canon anyways. So there's all sorts of fun pattern testing and things
Ooh,
that they
hey,
did in
hello.
here. There's one of the few places where you have a shadow in the game.
Actually, isn't it a reflection?
A reflection? Yeah.
Nice.
If it's a reflection, it's literally the only time you have a reflection in the game.
Oh no, don't want to be here yet.
Not yet.
No. There's another event over here. Yeah.
This will be used as a placeholder animation for the card gates. Approach it twice to see the locked and opened animations.
Because it's a gate, right? You can clearly see
it looks like a
gate.
giant piano. And then this is totally a gate unlocking animation. And this too is a gate unlocking animation.
Magic.
Neither of these made it into the final game. They just made the gate disappear. Yeah, which was what happened to the giant brown piano.
Oh.
Those are the speed blocks, right?
I can't get there.
That's right. Oh my gosh.
Is it blocked?
Yeah, I think.
Oh no.
The J's are keeping you from getting there. Shoot the J. You can't.
I'm not sure what this is all
button
about.
test. Button 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
We've explored the dev room, but obviously it's not part of the speed run, so we don't know what
Oh, no, that's
everything is.
water.
Yeah, that's water. That's fake water right there. Obviously.
I can drown in here.
Yeah, you can literally. Yeah, just gonna die. Yeah, there you go. Good job.
This is a pit. Let's see if I can. Oh, I
You
can't.
wiggled through the pit. Good job. I'm proud of you.
Nice.
Such a fantastic speedrun.
Yeah, you can get there.
This
Oh,
game
hey,
is
hello.
great.
What?
So this is something you didn't see in the game. There are little blocks that increase your movement speed. These are used primarily in the circus area, which means absolutely nothing to anyone because we didn't see it. Just know that there's a big area of the game that is indeed a circus. And part of the core mechanics is moving quickly around certain obstacles.
I'm not sure what this
Yeah,
is.
the whole brown like blob plus, I have no idea. I just think maybe they were messing around and left it.
Oh.
Test of a screen transition using water. I mean, it's honestly, I really appreciated the idea of the dev room in this game because it gives you a look behind the scenes. It shows you what the developers are doing just to test out objects, how they wall off areas, and their basic treatment of the game. And then like this is just like a shadow test to see how different layers interact. So yeah, I think that's the dev room.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's it. That's Anodyne, everybody. There you go. Boom.
Oh, I died.
You died one time. You are the worst. Scrub. So I think Anodyne is the reason I like Anodyne is it's a perfect example of taking a game and saying I don't care how short it gets. I want to see how short we can make this run, and it ends up at around 5 minutes. So yeah, I think ShadowDraft did a fantastic job. I would have died like infinity times trying to do the pit skip.
Yeah, pit skip is.
It's rough.
I don't like doing that.
It's a lot of pretty perfect mashing. So yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Make sure to give ShadowDraft a follow on the Twitch Arena.
If you want.
On the Twitch Arena, yeah. Good stuff. What do we have next, game-wise? What do we got?
We have Giana Sisters, Twisted Dreams, Rise of the Owl.
Oh, nice.
Owlverlord.
All right, fantastic. We'll stick around for that.
Yeah, sure.
It's going to be great.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Thank you very much, Professor Broman and ShadowDraft for that run of Anodyne. So up next we have Giana Sisters, like I just said. We're going to take a quick commercial break first. So we have a $400 donation from Chris5. Thanks for playing and running this donation drive. We have a $25 donation from Sheriff Rottingham. King illegal forest to deer wild, kill in it a is. Save all the things. We have a $20 donation from Thrasher HT. This donation goes out to 2 streamers who introduced me to Sgdq, Just Defend and the Great Gilder Sneeze. Wish I could have caught Gilder's run of Demon Head. Keep up the awesome runs, everybody. Like to remind everybody that Summer Games Done Quick is run by SDA and SRL, Speed Demos Archive, and Speedruns Live. Speed Demos Archive is the premier community for video game speedruns. You can follow them. Oh, are we good?
Nah, it's good. Just me. Alright, so before I get started, I'm using the default times for these time attack levels since I play this in time attack mode because you get a nice in-game timer. I'd just like you to take a look at these in-game times before I start that are, if you beat these all, you get the achievement. And just take a rough calculation of what they add up to and compare it to my estimate. Okay, so this is a pretty straightforward game, unlike some of the ones we've seen recently. Obviously, you've got this dash ability, which is nice because it moves fast, and that's what we want to do. And that purple star I ran into is a shield. Shield lets you let you take hits and not die, so you can damage boost through stuff. And you get a ton of invincibility when you do that, which is useful. What you saw there was the twirl, and you also saw that I changed worlds, which is the main sort of gimmick of this game. So you're Giana, and you can change into different worlds, and that affects various things as you progress. So I need to change there to get those skulls to move out of the way, for instance. And then I do a damage boost up here. You only get one dash in the air, but if you get hit, it refreshes. So that is useful in a couple different places. And there's various bumpers scattered around. They're nice, they're handy. And you also get another dash if you hit an enemy. So that's the end of the first level. And remember, that was supposed to be 2.5 minutes. It gets even better in the second level. So there is exactly one bug that is useful for this speedrun, and you're going to see it in this level. Get up there. Thank you. So you can wall jump on some walls, like the one I just jumped off of, but you'll notice that those ones have vines on them. You're not supposed to be able to wall jump up other walls, but there's one exception to that, and that comes in another 10 seconds. So I'm going to climb up here a little ways. You're supposed to collect 4 keys, or 5 keys in this level to unlock a box that shoots you up to the finish. But this wall, so you see I can't normally wall jump on it, but it reaches the ground and it's to my right, so I can actually just climb up of it by jumping repeatedly, as long as I'm pressing against it on the ground. So, and then you can just fall to the exit instead of going through the entire process. It's really easy, so you don't need to clap for it. So that's the most broken level. It's kind of unfortunate because it's a cool level, but the skip is really fast. So this is where the run really starts. Oh good, I got the key. Sometimes you don't get that key and I don't really know why. So you have to go back and adjust, and that costs time and costs you a cycle later. Alright, you got some time for some donations if you want to read some.
Alright, I've got a $50 donation from Peter13. I'm glad to have an opportunity to donate to Sgdq this year, as I usually end up missing the stream. I'm really hoping this message is going to be read on stream. To my old friend Crate, I have no idea what you're up to these days, let alone what game you're running at Sgdq is about, but I decided to stay up anyway and support. I hope you're doing well in games and in life. Keep on pushing buttons, and I hope you can come out to AGDQ sometime. Runner's choice.
Okay.
We also have a $50 donation from Patashu, sorry. Hey Crate, greetings from ## crawl. Good to see you at Sgdq. Put this on La Milana original in the bid war.
Alright, so this part of the level is actually pretty dangerous. There's this big skip coming up soon that involves a damage boost, and I can't get this shield back if I lose it. So I'm going to be a little careful here. I got the early cycle earlier, which ends up being nice, not just because it's faster, but it also puts all these enemies in nice positions, so they don't hit me. So this is a section where you have to collect some keys. I get that one, and then I'm going to go back this way, and you can just fall right through these spikes. And oh look, there's another key here. And then, since I got that key in a way that's not intended, I can just die, and it takes me back to the last checkpoint, which is back where I needed to go. Normally you're not able to do that, since you hit some checkpoints along the way to the different keys. And then what you're going to see me do here is I'm trying to dash along the contours of the ships, which is good because then you spend the most time, on the ground and dashing. It's actually quite difficult to not bounce off the ships when you do this, or to not, miss dashes. And I think it looks pretty cool, so I'm glad I did pretty well there. In fact, that was pretty much perfect. And the end of this is just an auto-scroller. It's pretty easy. And if I take a hit, it doesn't even really matter because I have a shield. This game gives you a ton of shields, probably more than you really need. So just take a hit there. It probably is the same amount of time. Alright, and that's the end of level 3. And coming up is level 4, which is the one that I mess up the most. So I'm going to call it the hardest level in the game. Might not actually be as difficult execution as the one afterward, but I mess it up more than the rest, so here's hoping it goes well. And part of the problem is what you're going to see right at the start is there's these clouds. And sometimes when you land on a cloud, you land on it, but you don't get your jump back right away, which is obviously very awkward. And that leads to some problems if I don't notice it. Usually it doesn't happen. So the big thing with this level is, the first half at least, there's a couple different cycles I'm trying to make. That was the first one with those moving owls. I don't have a shield, so I can't go through them. I could pick up a shield earlier, but that costs time, so I just go ahead and do what I did there and go through them early. That was not how that was supposed to go, but worked out okay. I didn't die. And then coming up here, I probably missed the one I want. Yeah, that, I don't know, that's close. That platform is the next one. and then come back. I have to get that one. Okay. So then we get a nice little bit of a break in the middle here for about 30 seconds or so. That's not super hard. I normally would have a shield here, so I'd do this a little differently. But that's pretty close to as fast. You can bounce up that shaft with your dash, but most of the time you'll end up hitting the wall. So unless you could do a specific setup. So I just jump up it. It is maybe, you know, a 10th or 20th of a second slower. No big deal. And coming up is the worst part of the game to take a hit in. Whoops. Which is right after this teleporter. So there are no shields that I can access after this one right here, which obviously I already have a shield, so I don't need it. But then you get to go through this section here, and the pinwheel hitboxes are terrible. They are not actually the visible part of the pinwheel. So you have to be very careful about that. Okay, and then after that, there's still more of this gauntlet to go before I can take a hit and do the damage boost I want. And those pillars are sometimes in bad patterns. They were not too bad this time. And then there's this section down here with the snails, and occasionally, particularly this last guy, will actually, you'll be on top and you'll bounce off of him and fall into the spikes, and then you lose your shield, so you can't do that damage boost right there, which skips a 30-second auto-scroller. So I'm very glad that went well. So the most dangerous parts of the run are over now. I can still make mistakes, they'll still cost time, but no more 20-second mistakes. Alright, so I'm pretty happy with that time. So again, that was pretty much the intended route for the level, except for I skipped the auto-scroller, and you'll notice I still beat it by 3 minutes. This is the other competitor for hardest level. This one's probably objectively more challenging, but at the same time, I mess it up less, so I think it's easier. We're going to start off with a damage boost to skip the rest of that platform. And then it's pretty straightforward for a while. So if you have some donations, go ahead and read a couple.
I'd like to plug some sponsors. So the Yeti has another line of awesome t-shirts for Sgdq, and $3 from each sale goes directly to Doctors Without Borders. So that's over at theyeti.com/gamesdonequick. We also have the Humble Bundle, which is providing a sale with games from our marathon, and all of the proceeds are going to Doctors Without Borders. The games included are Bleed, Dust Force, Giana Sisters, Guacamole, Psychonauts, Team Meat Mini Jam, Amnesia Machine for Pigs, and Noit 2 Love 2 Devolution. Also like to give a shout out to AverMedia, who has graciously donated lunch for the attendees for this week, and they're selling capture cards with a promotion over at bit.ly/SGDQ promo. Still have a bit more time?
Yep, go ahead.
So we have a $5 donation from Cranky Pancake. Cranky Pancake here. Sorry for adding you at the beginning of the stream. I couldn't resist seeing my name pop up on the screen. Good luck with the run, and shoutouts to the chat. We also have a $10 donation from Johnny Vega. Greetings from England. I came across your videos on YouTube earlier in the year, and this is my first live event. Love watching the stream. You guys are all incredible. Keep up the good work for this great cause. Runner's choice.
Alright, so what I'm doing here is that platform I stepped on at the start of this section, you're supposed to ride it all the way to the end. Oh, wow, I got that. But instead, you can do a skip there, and I'm actually supposed to die after I trigger that checkpoint, but sometimes I get to jump really well and don't die, which is what happened this time. And then you can just skip it, and that is really, really good. Yeah. Alright, so there's one more level that really matters, and then you get to the boss, who's just awful, and I'll talk about that more later. But this is a water level, and normally water levels in platformers are awful. This one's actually kind of cool because it has an interesting mechanic, which is that in a lot of places, the water level lowers if you're the blonde Giana, the cute Giana, and it rises if you're the one I normally am, the punk Giana here. So you're going to see this water level goes down. I can't use that to my advantage in this section because it doesn't start lowering until I'm already too close to it for it to be any use. But later on, I can use that to skip swimming downward, which as you can see is kind of slow. And instead I can just fall, which is a lot faster. Alright, so you're going to see a lot of... Whoops, that's fine. A lot of dashes where I immediately switch back to the other world here, because that lowers this water all the way and I can just fall down. And then I have to raise it back up to get back up. Alright, so this section's the same way. I'm going to do a bunch of dashes. And the interesting thing here is I actually want to keep the water level low afterward because the same water is coming up in another section. But I don't want it to go too low because I need to actually not hit the spikes at the bottom. If I hit them, it's okay. I can pick up a shield later. But I want to switch about there, and that'll plop me into the water, and then I can jump right back out and get that. So that was pretty good. Oops. I'm supposed to hit that, but I didn't. All right, and the rest of the level is straightforward. Nothing really going on. Just a couple damage boosts. And unfortunately, you can't lower this section of water at all. As you see, it doesn't go down. So you just have to drift down through this, and there's basically nowhere else you can mess up in the level. Except that I just collected all these keys. The way the boxes that the keys open up is really weird, and you might see that right here. So you'll notice I dashed down before I actually started falling. I don't have any idea why it works that way, but it does. Sometimes I try to do that a little bit too early, and instead of going down, I bounce straight up and it looks silly. Alright, so we're at the last level, and this is just the boss, pretty much. There's a 10 or 15 second stage before it. And the problem with the boss is the rest of this game has absolutely no randomness whatsoever. And then the boss has some randomness. He has... I'm going to boil it down to he has 4 different patterns. He really has more, but it's 4 that matters. 2 of them are reasonably fast, the other 2 are slow. The slow ones cost you about 40 seconds, and this is the slowest. It's also the most boring, because he's going to do this attack 3 times, and it's the same every time. You just walk around him in a circle. There's nothing to it. There's one thing coming up, so the way you actually damage this boss, you'll see he has 3 health at the top. He's going to throw his shuriken at me, because he's the ninja, or never mind, he changes first, I forgot. He's going to throw his sword at me. I have to make this sword hit the ninja, so he has to change back to the ninja before I can hurt him. And if you do it right, you can actually get it to hit him right as he changes, but sometimes if you try to do that, he'll fly away or teleport away instead of changing to the ninja or to the pirate, and I have no idea what triggers this exactly, but I'm pretty sure it's not random. So I don't know. If anybody does know, let me know. I would love to have a way to actually hit him consistently. But otherwise, that's about all that I have to say about the boss. Basically, just don't die.
So a good time for donations?
Sure. Go for it.
We have a $30 donation from Kier Delta. Hi, Crate. It's Kier Delta here. It's been fun watching you get this Owlverlord run down bit by bit over the last year or so. Here's $30 to put towards whatever you want. Good luck on the run.
Not gonna hit. Alright, so this boss is actually not that hard. If you played the original game, Giana's Sister's Twisted Dreams, the last boss in that game is quite difficult. It took me about 3 hours of attempts to beat him the first time. I think they realized they might have gone a little bit overboard there, so they made this guy easier. Because you'll see that I didn't get hit at all, and it really wasn't that hard, and I still have a shield left, and there's another shield sitting there on the bottom middle platform. So if you get a good pattern, this guy takes about 2 minutes and 30 seconds to 2 minutes 40 seconds. I played that perfectly, and he took me 3 minutes and 11 seconds. So that's time. That was actually a very good run. I have no control over the boss. All right, and I'm pretty sure the donation incentive for the Christmas 2013 level was met.
Yes, it was.
Okay. So the Christmas 2013 level, Black Forest Games put some bonus levels in here. And there actually is also a Halloween 2014 level. No, there's another bonus level that is not accessible here. I think it's Christmas 2012. But this one's kind of cool because this is the one that actually got the most changes. What they did for all of them is they took a level from the original game and sort of updated the theme, but for the rest of the cases, they didn't really change the gameplay very much. This one's actually pretty different. So this is World 3-1 from the original game. And unfortunately, you don't get to see one of the cool things. I'll show it to you. You see that lava down there? That will kill you. But it doesn't really matter because it only kills you if you're in cute Giana world and she's slower, so we don't use her. So that's kind of unfortunate, but that's the way it goes. The original level here had a bunch of bubble generators. There's actually one of those in Owlverlord in the first level, and I skipped it because bubbles are really slow and awkward to control, so I don't want to use them. This does not have bubble generators, as you can see. It's pretty straightforward. There's this damage boost right there is probably the big thing. And that's the end of the level. So that's pretty good. I messed up the first section a bit. And if you play in the normal gameplay mode, you get these stars at the end of the level. You have to unlock the boss level by getting enough stars. The main reason I don't do that run is because you don't get the time attack timer, which is really convenient. And also, you really only have to alter one level because you only have to get 3 stars from gems, and then you'll get 2 stars from not dying in all of them. But that is Rise of the Owlverlord. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for the donations. And that's all I have.
I'd like to give a big shout out to Crate for his Giana Sisters run. We're going to take a quick commercial break, but when we come back, we have Forbidden Forest. No, It's what, sorry? Oh, then it's Monty on the Run. My apologies. Can we get a quick roll call from the couch when you guys are ready? Has it been one? Is that one?
There should be one. It's the first one.
It's on. Oh, yeah, it is level 1. Okay.
It's the special one for special people.
It's so late. This is a really comfy couch. just saying. I'm glad it's a speed run because if it was a slow run, I would not make it through.
Oh yes, and you do need somebody over here to fix the audio.
Gotta have audio for that.
Yes.
Bass, I want to be the guy making this song famous again.
Test runner. We need to plug the audio in now.
Made the joke before I last even started.
I mean, it's not even a joke. It's a kind of a fact. Like, the song and the game got more popular because I want to be a guy, which is a meme game. I like the game a lot, but it is a meme game.
You want a mic? Yeah.
So is Bosch. It's a genre of meme games.
It sounds like we're gonna...
Should be fine. I don't know how it sounds on the stream.
We're gonna use all 4 mics. He wants a mic too, so...
Okay.
Wherever it is.
There is a mic somewhere. Let's see. All right, this is mine.
What is
this? This is also mine. There should be like a really microphone-looking part that's sticking out.
I'm trying to get the... I found it. It's right here. Somebody clipped it to the table.
What?
Okay.
The table needed to be mic'd.
Number?
Last 2. Yeah, I mean, well, it's all of them.
Yeah. It's weird with the sound coming out over there.
This sounds amazing.
Yeah, this is just the credits music.
Yeah.
I left it on this deliberately.
Now free to continue is adventures. Search
Go at
to safety. Have you ever played any of the older Monty games? Just like the prequels?
I've been meaning to, but I have not gotten around to them. I won't.
Fuck.
Needed. So are you all good to go up there? Okay. So this is, as you can see, Monty on the run. And here is the music for it.
The run!
So I'll go ahead and start out. This bottom row of items is a copy protection. You're supposed to pick, it's 2, 4, 12, 13, and 16. If you do not pick those, you will go all the way through the game, and the last exit won't even be there. It's just a final bit of, yeah, you really aren't going to finish this game. So the second screen in this game is probably the hardest one for me, single jump wise. There's a whole segment later, but we'll get to that later.
Yeah.
Miss the jump. You can make that, but it's very, very pixel perfect.
So he picked up a safety life there while he's waiting for the cloud, because this cloud, for some reason, is apparently the only item in the game that is active on a global timer no matter what room you're in. So grabbing that life didn't necessarily waste any time.
The death afterwards did, but whatever.
And it's important to note that this is a C64 game. This is an old school game with a lot of old school tendencies. It is not forgiving or friendly in really any way.
So those crushers I keep going under, they are completely random on when they decide to go down. And sometimes they'll go down immediately after they've crushed. So I can't avoid them.
He will need some luck good to finish this run.
That room he just went through there was one of the few predictable rooms he goes through. He just has to keep holding jump there and you go right through.
Yeah, I don't understand, because I believe the manual says that this is my house, so I don't know what I was thinking.
Now it's just
but I do have a combat roll section, so.
This game is also like really politically charged. Like I believe he started a miners' revolution, and that's why he's being hunted now. That's why he's on the run. So these are the people that are supporting, I guess, the or the big corporations, and I don't really know what they have to do with anything like the giant hand.
And a boot with a mouth.
So go into that.
And the pie with a pie signal.
There we go. No, that one makes sense.
So a lot of the rooms in this, basically, you have to know where the monster placement is at the start, and just holding left and holding right, depending on which one it is, can just get you through them with minimal trouble. And then there's some sections where you're just going to have to pause and wait, like this one. By the way,
I'll let you.
By the way, just so you know, you may be seeing this in glorious color. I am seeing it in black and white. These teleporters are color-coded. This is a little bit of a problem. I'm waiting for dark green, which is going to be the darkest on this spectrum.
There's a delay, and
the delay is too much. I thought about the projector, but like right now it's staying on that color for a long time. These teleporters troll me often. But then suddenly they start flipping real fast. That teleporter teleports me like 2 rooms back and under a unpleasant crusher, but it's not the worst one to fail. The middle one is the worst one to fail. Unfortunately, it's also the hardest one to figure out in grayscale because it's a light blue. Monty also cheats gravity. He doesn't care. He's on the run. Basically, whenever you're in contact with a pipe, it just acts as if he's able to walk. So. Alright. This teleporter is the problem teleporter. The first time I go through, I have to take it, so I just take it and go here. These crushers can kill me if they double stomp, except I'm cheating their hitboxes a little bit. They do not have a full hitbox on their left side. And I abuse that mercilessly because they don't care about me either.
If they're gonna cheat, you cheat back.
That's right. This one, I have so little clearance, even cheating the hitbox, it can kill me. But luckily, it did not. Yeah. That one has a really bad habit of going doubled or triple stomps. You can watch it while I'm running through, and it probably will do it. So far, so good.
And the music is still, like, it's just getting more exciting.
And it has not looped yet.
Yeah.
Now this was the one, okay, that was probably where I needed to go. Nope, that was yellow. That's okay. Anytime you want to go down, there you go.
I really don't think it's possible to hype up the music for this game enough.
I mean, like, yeah, like, we don't need to talk when the music just is going.
I do feel bad about commentating over this music sometimes.
Are you sure you're commentating? Are you sure they didn't just meet all of us?
You know what? Okay. You know what? If they did, so be it. All right, let's try this again. That's it. Is it gonna let me? I'm scared to take it now. I could have. Okay. I couldn't because of the enemy.
Nice.
Now for the ultimate experience, which means jetpacks. And you don't actually have fuel.
Like they don't do.
The theory is that maybe it's fuel for your boat or something?
No, the fuel for the boat is up top. That's what I'm actually going to go pick up right now. Gas can full of petrol. And a good luck plane. And a really happy sun. And now we are coming to the worst segment in the game that basically stops anybody who tries to play this game. Sir Clive's C5. To explain this, the first section is very easy. This section requires me to jump, brake, and if I accelerate randomly, if it decides to give me a slow acceleration, I just don't make the jump like that.
Oh. And of course, when you mess up any part of this segment, you're set straight back to the beginning. This entire thing.
Naturally.
This is basically where I want to have all my lives stored up, so if it really wants to mess me up, I can...
No.
Not at all.
Twice? No, that one was my fault. I forgot which room I was in. Okay. There. Now we're out of that. Fortunately, I do have one more teleporter to go. Fortunately, it's probably the easiest one to figure out. Another lovely thing about the ropes is if they're connected to a platform, sometimes you can just walk straight through the platform. Okay, that one's bright white. It's kind of hard for me to miss that one, but I do anyway sometimes. Here I could death warp. I'm not going to, but it is actually faster to let that guy kill me and respawn me right here.
Sir Clive made it a little bit harder, though.
Yeah, I probably would have taken it if I had gotten here with the 5 eyes. The teleporter for this one takes you to a room that's on the other side of this room. And that crusher is, of course, unfriendly. Since I have to make a jump right before it, there's no real way to trick it. I could jump over this guy, but I have to wait on the other one. So.
Good points.
So this is the exit that won't appear if I don't do the copy protection right, because we are done. But apparently they were too lazy to give me a real ending screen, so the game's over now.
Well, the game is over, yeah.
The game is over, but this is also the death screen. And now I am number
Position 1. All right.
And I'm also going to be anonymous. All right. Now it's going to take me a second to flip the Commodores over to the other one. Just a minute.
So we have a $100 donation from J0120. Shoutouts to Grandpa Dana showing these kids how gaming was done back in his day. And they better get off his lawn. I was going to donate twice for 2 games.
Yeah, he's a friend.
I was going to donate twice for 2 games, but I'll be lucky if this one gets read during either game. So just a reminder that the next donation incentive that we haven't yet met is Atari 2600 controller guide on El Viento. It's at $20 out of $250. That's coming up in a couple of hours.
I should maybe use my controller instead.
That's a pretty good controller.
Did we ever get the roll call on the couch, or?
Just hold it up to your face next time.
Are there any prizes right now?
I have no idea. It doesn't look like it, but... Tess, do you know if there's any prizes right now? Any prizes right now, guys? I don't see any for the block, so...
It's on.
Yeah, it's on.
I was looking for the blue color on somebody's shirt.
It's off, but it's... Oh, it's garbage. Yeah, it's garbage.
Yeah.
It's fine.
64 kilobytes of RAM. I will say something about Forbidden Forest and Monty on the Run. They're two games that just come from an era where game design was like, that's cool, let's do it 100 times. And it's awesome for it. Like, both games are awesome for what they do.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Not E. Come on.
Oh, Commodore Colors.
Oh, yeah. This is the real stuff right here.
I forget, was Jumpman Commodore 64 as well?
Yes.
God.
I can see it too.
Yeah, Jumpman's amazing. Jumpman's even ruder than Monty.
Oh, maybe we're not good. We may not be good at all.
Keep going, keep going, keep going.
I kind of want to see what this looks like, but no, I don't. Oh, yeah, it's doing weird color things. That would not look good in a minute.
Make sure you hit F1.
Please
right.
pick the right difference.
Oops. Okay, that looks right.
Yeah, that's a good idea. And there we go. So as the Commodore turned on, the air conditioning turned on, and I thought something was going to blow up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me. I am hitting no for all these. Don't worry about it. No, we don't want to be able to cheat all the way through this game.
His finger's on Y.
Hush, studio. Okay. The difference between these levels is basically just gives me more of the same and somewhat faster. So I always go on the first level just so it's over sooner. By the way, I don't know if you could hear it during the Monty run, but this is the controller I'm using. And it's duct taped together, and it clicks nicely. So this is Forbidden Forest. And Paul Norman is everybody's friend, unless you're arachnophobic. That might be a problem. So I did this on bonus stream, and the people seem to enjoy it. And then I get eaten by a spider because the arrow went right through the spider.
Hitboxes are a little janky. Also, it's really difficult to aim.
The spiders that come from the right, sometimes their hitbox just does not cooperate. So we dance now.
At least half.
If I get a proper run in, I actually spend more time dancing than I do fighting.
As in any proper game, any good game, that is how things should be.
So here's the bee. The bee is fairly random. Now, he does have this habit that if I am walking, he stops moving. And I can sometimes use that to line up a shot.
Nice.
But most of the time, I'll just take the shot out.
Oh, come on, let's clap. We got time.
For the shot or the dancing?
So this was released in '83 and is probably one of the earlier games to have certain tech features. The scrolling that it uses for the trees in the background. The
Frog stomped.
I forgot Suwako.
Yeah.
You made a mistake. Dang.
So frogs ruin more runs than they don't. I pretty much feel for Mecha and all people who have to put up with Soten frogs.
Those corpses will kill you, by the way.
Yes.
They will? Yeah, if you kill a frog and it lands on you, you die.
Unless it's the last one.
I have to count. What? There. So, the fact that it has a dynamic soundtrack is actually rather interesting for its age. With each boss being, the music is very dependent on what's going on. Oh, that's right, it's dragon time. Okay, so the dragon gave me his worst pattern. He's in the background. But I still got him in one shot anyway. He'll take a while to burn down, so I can explain. He can come from either side or the background. The background just takes a while because he slowly comes to the front. The left and right take a while. They're more difficult because you have to dodge fireballs while he's strafing you, but it's a lot faster to land a hit on. His hitbox is actually 1 to 2 pixels depending on which way he's coming from because it's this eye. And then there's this. And by the way, just a word of warning, the skeletons are going to kill me if I miss the shot. Second warning is rest in peace, headphone users.
It's not much of a warning if you say it after it starts.
Oh, by the way, really quickly, the moon has a face. You can see it right now. Yeah, that moon's got a face. He's really concerned about the Banshee dying.
I think he moved
it's
down
still going
a little bit there.
It's changed.
So, UA has said that is probably the worst sound he has ever heard. Yeah. Which is what I'm kind of unhappy about the next one. The next boss is, well, dead. It's a giant snake. It spits acid, but I feel like it should have been way earlier. It should have been like after the frogs. But, you know, whatever. He's dead.
More dancing, more dancing. This forest sucks.
I know. There's a reason it is forbidden. Now there's this guy. So I actually shot at him, but you can't tell. You can see him barely in the center right there. He just moved away. There he's in front of that bush again.
Nice.
Oh, I actually got him. Unfortunately, you didn't get to see what he actually looked like because I killed him too quickly. But there you go. Oh, time, by the way. We're done. That was the last boss. So we dance, and then we go on to the next level of difficulty. It just loops up to, and it's basically, it'll be like 6 spiders instead of 4. They'll be slightly faster. And there'll be 2 bees. I don't think they don't do 2 dragons until the next level up, but that's basically all there is to this one. So, and I hope you enjoyed all the Commodore stuff, of which there were 2.
Big shout out to danacrysalis for his Forbidden Forest and Monty on the runs. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we have LazerLong with MadWorld.
Okay.
We're going to restart the stream, so we'll be back in just a second. Your donations for Sgdq is going to Doctors Without Borders. Doctors Without Borders is an international medical humanitarian organization created by doctors and journalists in France in 1971. Today, MSF provides independent and impartial assistance in more than 60 countries to people whose survival is threatened by violence, neglect, or catastrophe, primarily due to armed conflict, epidemics, malnutrition, exclusion from healthcare, or natural disasters. In 1999, MSF received the Nobel Peace Prize.
So every time they
efforts.
swear, I'll count it up and then I'll get the money out. Okay. Alright. Okay. Let's
We've got a $30 donation from Zelos. I am so happy that this Sgdq exists.
Mike, good?
Should we take bets? Like how many?
Is it on? Alright.
I'll go 200. We have like 2 hours.
Alright.
172 squares.
I'm gonna say. Is the game sound on? Do you want me to mess around with it real quick?
Sega.
Yeah, totally.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
It's fine? Alright. Okay. It's a special little game.
It's a game about loving.
Okay. Just before we begin, I just want to throw this warning out. This is not your typical family-friendly game. So I'm going to say this is a 18 and plus run. And I'm not saying that to be funny or anything. This is a very mature game. So viewer discretion advised. If you get easily offended by jokes about basically anything, you probably don't want to watch this run.
You don't like South Park. I joke.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know if it's a South Park thing. This thing is brutal.
Yeah, it's just.
Okay.
It's like if wrestling scares you.
On the count of 3, we'll begin. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so this is MadWorld. This is a Wii game that's the very first Platinum game that was ever made by Platinum Studios. You might have heard of them. They were the guys who made Beautiful Joe, Okami, God Hand, as the former Clover Studio. And their games are really over the top, very stylized, and very, yeah, there's a special word for it, but I can't think of it right now. Point is, MadWorld's going to have in-game commentary by Greg Poops and John DiMaggio, so I'm not going to really say too much besides speedrun strats, and if the couch has anything to say, they'll add on as well when they can. I'm going to shut up as much as I can so you guys can enjoy the commentary as well as the music. So, and also, this is a Wii game, so here we go.
It's an early Wii game, so it loves the waggle.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll break down the premise real quick. I know I was going to shut up before, but I'm going to break down real quick. This is a tutorial. There's nothing really to it. It teaches you all the game. The story is about Jack. You are a paid-for mercenary whose job is to pretty much work for an agency called the Bureau. And your job is really simple. You need to save someone in the Death Watch Challenge, which Death Watch is a televised program. Think of Battle Royale, the movie, if it was really, really messed up even more. And what we're doing right now is the tutorial section. Your sponsor is literally teaching you everything you need to know about the game, and we're just getting going. The game also features pretty much a point route system. It's a brawler, it's a third-person brawler. Nothing really to expect besides getting points, moving on to the boss. And the bosses are really where the speedrun picks up. There is a route to it, but yet again, I'm going to shut up now and let you guys enjoy the music and the commentary.
I love the comic look of the effects, like splorch. It adds to it, you know.
Yeah, they wanted to go for a Sin City kind of look. While it looks really nice, the cell shading is really, really, really good looking. It does hurt the eyes because the only color palette they went with was black, white, red, yellow, and blue. Well, no, green. And you'll see the other colors come in later on. Publisher. I could talk about Platinum and a lot of their games, but that's another time.
This game, of course, was hugely controversial because it was the violent Wii game. And it's pretty violent.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you haven't already seen how we're...
I mean, like, that's just the surface.
Yeah, we're not even close to the really messed up things this game has. Yet again...
Yeah.
This game's banned in Australia.
Yes.
Come back in like an hour or two if you really can't stand this, please. This is not...
Well, I'll come back in an hour because I'm still going on.
Oh, yeah.
Come back later when it's more violent. Don't worry.
Yeah. Just take a peek. If it still scares you, go home.
So essentially what we're doing right now is like, we're taking this really slow because we need to start building up combos, and that's essentially how we progress through each level of the game. Some levels are different, and I'll touch on those topics later on, but what we need to do right now is build up combos by shoving signposts in this guy's head, and yeah, it's pretty painful. This guy's not having a good day, as you can tell. Also, the game will swear more than I will, so this game has its potty mouth. Okay, and we gotta shove one more in just for good measure.
Again, music, probably the best part about this, that gives you commentary. So.
This is all for a combo system too, right?
Yes, this all goes together as a combo system. Pretty much, the higher the quality of your kill is incredibly important on certain levels, while sometimes quantity is more important. It varies on the level and also depends on your route. The route right now, okay. So I messed up a little bit. It's not going to be too detrimental. I throw a guy into a barrel for extra points, but depending on how the Bloodbath challenge is, which is Terminator, I'm going to let this cutscene play out, by the way, so you can get an idea of how messed up this game really is, and then that's the only cutscene I'm going to let you guys see.
It's Shock TV.
Yeah, exactly.
Y'all know who I am. That's right.
No.
The Bishop of Blood and Carnage, the Black Baron. Now back to this baby. You just toss a motherfucker into this here jet engine and accelerate that ass into the danger zone at 30,000 G's. What's going on, baby? Yeah, can't you see him? Hey, what you doing? I'm talking to the people. I'm breaking it down. Yes, bitch. I'm gonna pimp smack your ass when I get
Yet again, very violent. The whole theme here is Black Baron is teaching you everything about the Bloodbath challenges while doing very offensive humor. The thing is, he gets killed at every end, and that's the run-on joke there.
Yeah, just completely over the top and not to be taken seriously.
Okay. So this challenge is really simple. All we need to do is grab guys and throw them. We are going to change it up. A new route came into play recently, right before Sgdq, and decided that instead of keep throwing people, we're just going to chainsaw on round 3. Enemies drop each time when you kill a certain wave, and they'll drop a barrel. Also, there's bonus points if you throw them in. So throwing them in is important, but keep in mind that we want that explosive barrel, because explosive barrels are our best friends when it comes to speedrunning. Everything else is useless. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's interesting example. You have this instant kill weapon with you constantly. But you're not, like, you shouldn't use it, because, like, you know, that's an idiot.
Exactly. They frown upon using the chainsaw because they want you to experiment with different things besides just chainsawing everybody. But don't worry, there's plenty of use for the chainsaw throughout the run as we fight different bosses and enemies. It is probably... The reason it's not such a good weapon, though, is because it has a chainsaw gauge, and underneath the yellow bar, which is Jack's health, you're going to see that gauge go very quickly. Each time you use the chainsaw, or if you hold it down, it will drain very slowly. Okay, that's the explosive barrel I want. Hopefully I can pick it up. And that's really good. Now we're going to have a really solid points, or a set of points here, because... Oh, wow. Oh wow, we're actually gonna go straight into the fight with Little Eddie after, yep. Really good Terminator.
Wow, that was nice.
Okay. Yeah, that usually doesn't happen. Yet again, that's why we do the chainsaw strat. It makes the Terminator much faster, and as I said, explosive barrels are going to be pretty paramount to this run. We've got another part. This is the only level that has 2 phases. It has the tutorial section, and then it has the actual Little Eddie section. Now, for the Little Eddie section, we don't have to do anything. We've already got enough points we need, and now the game's going to try to catch up on itself. Yet again, I'm going to shut up, let the commentary do its work.
Another thing to note is, like, this is a really weird kind of beat-em-up game, or like a brawler, because it doesn't seem like any of the enemies genuinely want to fight back. It's all up to you, the player, to just, like, be as creative in your carnage as possible. It's really cool. Like, there's not really any, like, them actively trying to stop you. Yep. How was your...
Your ranking sucks. 256. It's a bad ranking.
Okay, so I'll go back to resuming commentary for a little bit. Pretty much what we're doing here is we're getting a weapon for the first time. The game explains what weapons are. They come in handy. We don't use them too often against every boss. We use them for Little Eddie and Frank. Also, we need to turn around. If you face that train, you drop frames. It doesn't happen too commonly, but it can happen, and it can cost you about 3 to 4 seconds. And there's 3 rounds of it, so it's best not to look that direction. Yet again, we already have the boss bell, but we have to do this challenge anyway because the trigger is surrounded, like it surrounds the boss bell. So even if you were to find a way to get around, it's impossible, unfortunately. And you'll notice there's a trend. We have to do these bloodbath challenges where the in-game time is going to be going down constantly and there's nothing to do. And it's kind of unfortunate. That's what really makes this game not very accessible as a speedrunning game. And aside from being a Wii game. And you'll see why it's not a very fun Wii game either. But it's still a fun game, and it's incredibly great for many reasons, and you'll see why. But I'm going to shut up yet again, let the commentary do its work, and then eventually we'll come to donation comments. The tricky thing about this game is letting the commentary be mixed, because if I talk too much like I'm doing right now, you're not going to hear Greg Poops or John DiMaggio, the commentators, and their funny dialogue. So, yet again, it's going to be tricky, but we'll try to work around it. We have 2 hours of this, so be ready.
Another weird thing is like this whole the console, the Wii, like isn't really expected to be like, you know, the hardcore gamer console, you know, like they didn't really market it like that. It was like, you know, more Mario and all that stuff, like, you know, child-friendly thing typically. But then like they come up with this and it really starts like completely different. Love it. Like, there's a couple of violent games, sure, but like none this.
Okay, so that's bad. You don't want quick time events, which are called power circles, because then I have to do things like this, and things get a little awkward, because then now you can hear the wind going into the mic.
Yep.
So, yeah, quick time events, not good. They're only good on certain bosses.
So bad for users, they're exciting.
This is a bad Eddie
Here we
fight.
go again.
Okay, so I'm going to explain power circles real quick as well as the waggling. The waggling is pretty annoying because there is no speed cap on it. And to optimize the waggling is to avoid it altogether. So right now, what I'm doing is shaking the Wiimote. And to optimize it, I need to be as fast as I can by predicting the motion. If I can do the motion before it appears, it will cancel out the animation of you waiting. And I will get very tired after this run. So if you see my face or jacket come my face go red or my jacket come off, don't be surprised. First hit. Wow, I'm already tired. We're at the first boss. This is gonna be fun.
2 hours.
Yep, 2 hours of waggle. Okay, so that was the first boss already. Pretty self-explanatory. The boss is really easy. You just need to wait for him to attack. He has a set of patterns. Use the baseball bat. Don't use chainsaw. You run out of chainsaw gauge way too quick. And the baseball bat is durable and allows you to get consistent damage. Whew. Okay, I'm gonna let Greg Poops and John DiMaggio do the talking now. I need a break.
Let's go. Yo, tell me, do you wanna ride it out? You wanna die tonight? This is my invite. Let's watch the sky tonight. It won't hurt just to try it right. Yeah, maybe you right, it might.
What does the cache case do?
The cache case is pretty much, think of bait. You can throw the cache case and attract a lot of enemies to one specific area, and it's exactly what I'm doing right now. But what I have to do is spawn the enemies, and since this is a Wii game, and the processor on a Wii is so bad, enemies will de-render. And to explain what that means is they will vanish from existence. And when we come to Asian Town, I'll go into more about that later, because Asian Town is the most prevalent map where that happens the most. See, notice how enemies are spawning, they're rendering in. So it's hard to, yeah, it's really hard to maximize your points when they're not all really actually there. Yet again.
They look cool.
Yeah, it's not that detrimental to the run, but it is unfortunate that it does occur. Okay. That's really unfortunate, but I guess we got points anyway. That cutscene made me drop my barrel, and the barrel exploded by an enemy running in. So, yeah, that wasn't very good. But we had a good little Eddie route earlier, so this will compensate for the time. Okay, second challenge, or Bloodbath Challenge. Death Press. Pretty self-explanatory.
What do you think's doing?
Greg Proops just said the word gorgasm.
Yet again, I'm going to be really quiet. I know I should let the donation comments be read, but the problem is when you have this excellent commentary being thrown out, it's trying to find a good mix. So I do apologize.
Also, talking about like charities and Doctors Without Borders over this.
Yeah.
Is a special kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's really, it's
yeah,
it's something.
They probably don't have borders. Presumably if they were gonna yeah. Okay.
Okay, so if you're seeing the idea of what we have to do here, there's not really much we can do to mix it up. We need to keep throwing guys in constantly, and it's one of the more boring challenges because it just grab, throw, grab, throw, grab, throw, and that's about it. There is a certain threshold where we will eventually maybe get money. It depends on how many guys we kill, because I did some testing. It wasn't based on time, it's based on how many guys you kill. So the faster you kill the guys with Death Press, the more likely you'll get the money cash, or the box of money. Wow, box of cash.
The cash money?
Cash money prize. Okay. Okay, I think that should be it. Okay. You have to be careful. If you run too early into that, you will kill yourself, and Jack will just blow up into small pieces. It makes no sense. I'm going to put the cash right out there, because if I put the cash inside the challenge, or you see where those stripes are? If I put the cash inside that zone, it's going to fall through the trap. And I don't know why that happens, but if you put cash into that zone, it'll just drop. It won't drop when where the red pool is, but it'll drop elsewhere. Okay.
You may recognize the voice of John DiMaggio from Eversion.
Okay, so point-wise, we're not looking really too good. We need to be way ahead of what we're at right now. So I'm going to take this extra cash with me, and I'm going to make use of it as a backup strap. Now, game's trying to catch up with itself because we have so many points, and the game has to unlock all the features. Yet again, points are what allow you to progress, and that's Bull Crocker. We don't want to fight him. He is a real pain, and you know what. Yep, in the ass. That goes to the swear jar, which we don't have because unfortunately someone didn't bring it. So.
Metaphorical swear jar.
Exactly.
That's the least bad thing.
Yeah, we're just so everyone knows, just because this game has a lot of profanity in it, we're not trying to get away and say, haha, this game's a mature game, we can swear. We're actually counting all the profanity the game says, as well as the couch commentary, and its enemy spawns are really bad. Okay, not very good. So I'll have to make do what I got. Yet again, you only get 3 explosive barrels, and you really need to make best use of them. If you come into a bad situation, you can chainsaw spam, but it's incredibly slow. Man darts now. Okay, that's what we needed. Next Bloodbath challenge. This one is pretty bad for speedrunning, and the reason I say that is because it contradicts itself very hard. You have an in-game timer, and you have a baseball bat. Goal is simple. It's like playing darts. You want to hit guys on the dartboard, and you get higher points depending on what number you hit. Now, you might be asking, why aren't you aiming for the bullseye, Laz? Reason for that is if I hit the bullseye, I have a 4 to 5 second animate. That's why you don't hit bullseye. It wastes in-game time as well as your real time that you're using, and even the points you get, while it might be justifiable, it's really not, because you could speed up. You could speed up hitting more guys with a double hit as opposed to 1 bullseye. Also, that was close. Generally, it doesn't matter where I hit, as long as I get enough points, I feel comfortable. So, and I'm really bad at math too. So, that's my excuse. And you might notice every time I hit a guy, the in-game timer stops for about a second. So every time I hit a guy, I lose time. Okay. Commentary will repeat itself a bit in some of these Bloodbath challenges, so... Oh, nice. That's... Alright. There we go. If you want to read some donation comments at this point, go ahead.
Got $10 from Direct Fraud. Hey Laz, good luck on the run. Make it as hype as last year's Barkley run. Take this as a thanks for being such a bro at Sgdq and put it to whatever you want. Also, shoutouts to the donation and text stations. You guys rock.
Who is that, by the way?
Okay, I don't have enough yet. I just need a little bit more. Okay, I'm fine with that. That might be a little too much, but I'm gonna take it. Sometimes if you do it too early, you won't have enough points, then you have to resort to chainsawing. Also, thankfully the AI pattern here with Crocker was nice. Crocker can really mess up things if you're slow with the explosive barrels, because the thing is you can trigger You can trigger the man darts before his actual appearance, and if Crocker gets on the field, essentially he's a giant guy who dresses up as a bull with a double chainsaw, and he will kill anyone in your way, essentially making the man darts challenge pointless. I'll try to demonstrate. There is friendly fire in this game. Enemies can kill each other, and it is incredibly important they don't do that, because in Asian Town you'll see why. Yep, it's pretty brutal, and you also don't get points for it, so it doesn't really help at all.
That's the approach.
Okay, boss challenge is gonna come down. Gotta dodge. I don't want to deal with him. He's not my problem right now. Okay, Jude the Dude's coming up, and this boss has an infinite, but I've never been able to perform it because it's a very hard fight and the hitbox is tricky. I probably won't do it here, but I'm gonna try my best to show it off. So, serious time if I can, please. No, that's unfortunate. It's a rare chance you'll ever get it, and the thing is you'll never kill Jude all the way with it because of the chainsaw gauge. There is chances of it working, but the hitbox is very strange with this boss. Generally, you don't want to power struggle him either, because the problem is, well, it leaves him open for a lot of damage, and you can work with it. You get RNG quick times, and the reaction time is so fast that if you're slow, you will get punished hard. For some reason, they made Jude harder than most quick time bosses in the game. So every time you do a certain amount of damage, Jude will always do this. Sometimes he'll stay on the ground and try to force you into the QTE. If you can avoid it, that's all you can do. Okay, I'm going to shut up for the rest of the fight and the commentary. Not a very good fight, as you can tell right now. There we go. Yeah, that was an awful fight, but oh well. Here we go.
Good boss fight, dude.
That was you did it.
Thank you. It wasn't, honestly, it was not a good boss fight.
Yeah, you got
it. It worked. We got through.
Laz, tell me about the boss design in this game. And
it is absolutely amazing. The bosses are all great. Platinum's always been good at boss design, but before I go off fanboying about them, bosses are great. The only two bosses that are absolutely horrible, and we'll get to them. If you want to go ahead and read donation comments, this is essentially pretty much an auto-scroller. The only thing I'll add is this appears only twice in the run. And essentially, you can save some time by boosting, but it only saves like a second each time. So it's a little huge, not really. But go ahead with the donation comments.
We've got $10 from danacrysalis. I have no idea when or if this gets read out, so shoutouts to SCXCR in advance, as I hope his Ninjabread Man run goes smoothly. I'll be rooting for you from work, wishing I could be watching the stream instead of working. Lots of love and support from your friends at River City Gamers. We hope you're having fun at Sgdq. This donation goes towards whatever you want. P.S. Akago!
what would you say is your favorite boss?
My favorite boss?
Yeah.
Speedrun or casual?
Just in general. Like
in general, Black Baron. Black Baron is...
No, just the name. Don't say anything about him. Just...
he's my favorite because he is just way over the top, ridiculous, and just... he's got a good personality. There's no really other boss, like Von Trollkiller is a cool design concept. All the other bosses are pretty common tropes you see through video games, and I think that's kind of the whole idea they were going with. They were trying to mock a lot of things. You'll see Star Wars references, you'll see Halloween, Night Before Christmas, Night Before Christmas, you'll see a lot of very, very offensive stereotypes as well.
Yeah.
Hopefully no one recognizes those. But yeah.
Luckily this game is subtle.
Yeah, this game is incredibly subtle. Like, it's so subtle that you can cut it with a chainsaw.
Yeah.
Ha ha ha. Get it?
No.
Sorry, I'm bad at jokes. I'll try to stop that. Okay. So now we're actually going into the boss, and I'll explain every every area, every third boss, you don't have to point grind to. You go straight into the fight. In this case with Von Twirlenkiller, it took some time, but now we're actually into the fight. And Von Twirlenkiller's gimmick is he has 2 cycles. His first cycle is essentially doing the quick time event by getting his threshold of health down very fast, and it can be a little tricky because he hits like a truck and his hitboxes are very huge. You can abuse the fight by using your backflip, which allows you to do invincibility frames. Keep that in mind, that will come important later on in one boss fight. Also, this is bad because now he's just did the attack. He could either run away now or, yeah, he's gonna run away now. So I'm gonna have to get an extra cycle. What I'm supposed to do there is grab him with a QTE before he flies away. During this time, he's invincible and he just flies to the other side of the bridge. So you can imagine why this wastes time. This boss doesn't die conventionally either. You have to kill him with quick time events. His threshold of health doesn't matter. Like, he can have no health. That's not what I wanted to do, E. Go ahead. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Sometimes the Wii controls really have their day. When you're trying to waggle a certain direction, the controls will not respond what you're trying to do. So definitely one of the big downsides to the Wii motion. Here we go. Now you might notice I'm starting up my waggle, even the waggle's not started, because as I mentioned earlier, there's no speed cap. So if I want to optimize this as best I can, I need to start waggling up and get going. And you might wonder why I'm not on couch, because I don't want to hit anybody.
You're like banning me.
Oh man, I wish I was over there. I'm already, the funny thing is the convention we're at right now is super cold. And I'm sure a lot of people are actually, oh, okay, thanks, Tron. That's nice. Okay, I'll save that thought for a moment.
Pump it. Go.
I can only imagine how. I probably should look at the camera and doing that. Okay, so once both arms are cut off, you're done. You just need to walk up, do that. And you can't skip these boss cutscenes. Every third boss cutscene will always play out, which is a nice break for me.
You good? You good?
You good? Hang in there, Rocky.
Alright, we got each other shoulder too. Alright, you're tense, dude.
All the way down.
Alright. Actually, I think I might move over here. Am I hitting a wire?
Sure. Probably, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, I want to move a little bit. Yeah, that's fine. I just want to make sure I have some room. Okay. Now we're skipping some plot. And yeah, that's about it. Moving on to the next area of Asian Town. One of the best areas for the soundtrack. I'm not going to say anything because...
Please.
Yeah, I'm just not going to talk. Because you don't need to hear my commentary right now. Because you're about to hear one of the best songs ever.
Fair enough.
Awkward silence.
No,
there we go. Here we go.
Same as always. Jack's gotta kill every sucker he sees so he can make enough back to beat on the boss. Then he can also find him on his side when he's got a little time to kill. Instead of having little enemies to kill you. Exactly.
You're trying to actively make yourself a Owlverlord GIF, aren't you?
No. Okay. I just love the song.
We got it. Okay, that's good. Normally you won't make that jump and you won't be able to ledge grab there. So that's a tricky jump, but just something to add on. I'm gonna shut up again. I'll explain what's going on in just a second. I'm sorry. This music is just too good. Okay, this is gonna be a really hard. No. Okay, maybe we could still do it. Got it. Okay, good. Now the reason that's important is because that guy is fully armored, and chainsaws won't work on him conventionally like normal enemies. But you can insta-kill him while midair, and it saves a good portion of time. Because grabbing him is a very fast reaction, and he will respawn back very quickly. Okay, mini boss time. Okay, so what you just saw was pretty much one of the events of a QTE failing. And with this boss, it's not that big of a deal, but generally you want to take him out or you gotta keep waggling. And you can imagine this speedrun can get very physically straining very quickly. That's why you don't want to try to reset if you can, or it'll be an arm day every day. Okay, so the music didn't pop out, that's good. Sometimes after fighting that guy, your music will glitch out and you're forced to with silence, and it's awful. It's absolutely awful without the music in this game. So here we go. I'm gonna grab the signpost, and now we're gonna do a large amount of combos. This is where rendering and enemy killing is gonna be really important, so here we go. I don't need serious time, but I'll try have to concentrate. So if we have any donations at this time, go ahead and read them out.
Got $10 from New Groundsman. New Groundsman here. Didn't know you would run MadWorld. Definitely one of my favorites. Always a good feeling smashing somebody's face in. And for LazerLong, try not to sweat so much.
There will be a lot of sweating, unfortunately, but I'll try not to. Okay, what you just saw there was a case of rendering, but it's just an example, unfortunately. It happens, and it's something we can't really control besides turning the camera and hoping the console wants to, the game wants to help us out. Okay, not enough. We need to still stick more stuff in this guy's head. Okay, rendered again. There we go. Yet again, there's not enough stuff in this guy's head. Okay. Okay.
Reminds me of my college years. Jack's been speaking a lot of things in a lot of podcasts.
Well, that's bad, but oh well. At least we got some points out of it. Generally what's supposed to happen there is I'm supposed to grab him, then shove him in the rose bush. You have a set time limit though with Mad Juice and Dynamite, so you don't have a lot of time to lollygag. So you gotta be a little quick. Fortunately, we weren't fast enough, so we're not gonna get the amount of, not the most optimized amount of points, but we're still gonna be fine, as we did at least get the Dynamite on, as well as the Mad Juice hitting a few guys, which is a minor amount of points, but okay. Continuing to be quiet for the music and the commentary. Now, I'll mention a few things real quick. The funny thing about when you stab someone in the head with a signpost, Jack repositions himself, and it's not really consistent. So you can end up like across the street, and you can drag your enemy with you. It's kind of a potential speed strap. The problem is enemies can wander off and they can go anywhere they please. And so what that means exactly is enemies, once you stick something in their head, they have a death timer. And they have a set amount of time they can actually live. So to reset that timer, you need to grab an enemy. Because if you're grabbing an enemy, they won't die on you unless it's dynamite. Dynamite, they'll die on you. Mad juice, they won't. Okay. That's what was supposed to happen before, but unfortunately we didn't get it.
So what's the super violence thing on the right side when it pops up? Like, what does that exactly mean?
Say what?
Like, if it says super violence, like, does that actually do anything? Or is it just
It's
like...
the rating on how you kill a person, pretty much. There's a set amount of ratings. The highest you can really go is extreme or ultra. And it doesn't really matter as much because it's just a word. The points are what really matter. Yeah, the number, like this is a numbers game pretty much if you want to think about it like that. But they do, like, it gives you an indication, like hardcore is generally a good amount of points and we still need a little bit more. So now we have to improvise here, which is not really fun to do. Because usually, like I said, if we had the, if we didn't mess up earlier with the grab and the mad juice, we would have gotten the optimized amount of points for this area. Okay. There is a set limit to how much you can stack on someone's head as well as put something on. For example, if I put this head on top of this guy, I can't put buckets or anything on his body. So there is certain limits to the game. Unfortunately, there had to be limits. Okay. A little bit more and we're good. So I'm gonna chainsaw now at this point and gather the rest of the points I need. Because we're close to the Bloodbath Challenge, and then once we get the Bloodbath Challenge, we're pretty much set. The sound of the AC coming on is going to be great. Yeah, literally. Some cool-in would be nice. Okay. Here we go. Now we're actually going to the money shot, and this is probably the most offensive money shot, and if someone gets offended about this, remember I warned you.
When he's killing enemies. Well, I guess he'll be happy soon then.
Pretty much, this is Adult Swim.
Just to caress the targets on the sexy girls? More like hit the targets, but yeah. And the more targets you funnel, the higher your share. You say funnel, but you got the idea. Jack practices
It's zero share.
targets with a big old bag and get bonus points for every score. Scoring tricks with a big bat? Me like you. Jack could just get your head in your bag.
Okay, so I'll make this really quick. You're seeing exactly what we're doing. We need to use Mad Juice bottles to guide the enemy targets into the targets, we'll say, and it's going to allow us to get points to move on. So it's going to get really repetitive commentary-wise, so if we have any donation comments at this time still, go ahead.
We've got $7 from Squidoza. Laz, I woke up just for your run. I'll match whatever is in your swear jar at the end of the run. Good luck.
Wow.
There will be a lot of money in the swear jar, I can guarantee you that. We're not even... There's one level where they say the word motherfucker 20 times. That goes in the swear jar, by the way.
Got it.
Don't worry, I have a lot of cash on me ready to go. It's going to be in all dollar bills, and it's going to go to the charity. As you can imagine, this game has very poor taste of humor, but at the same time, it's kind of what makes it really fun. If you don't take this game very seriously and turn your brain off for just a second, you'll enjoy it. If you can get over the Wii controls, it's another great thing about it. But, I mean, there's definitely gripes with it, but I'm not here to complain, I'm here to speedrun.
So what's in those bottles anyway? Mad juice. And do I want to know what mad juice is?
I believe the in-game timer stops for a second as well every time you jam one of those bottles in there.
Yes, you are correct. Every time I jam a bottle in, it takes about 2 seconds. Because it takes 2 seconds for Jack to shove the bottle in, and then, no, let's see, possibly 3 seconds. Yeah, probably 3 seconds at that point. As you can imagine, MadWorld is definitely not one of those games that's probably very popular to speedrun. And the PB for this game is about 2 hours and 5 minutes, which was very recent. The reason there's not a lot of people who speedrun the game is, one, it's underrated, two, it's Wii, and it controls very strange. Okay. We can probably... yeah, okay. So once you complete a complete money shot, this challenge, all the way through, essentially what happens is everything resets. And we still don't have enough points just yet. Normally, if I was doing a really good run, I would be already down waiting for Rinrin's boss bell. And that's not... that you can take that in a really bad way. Oh. Okay. There we go. So we're gonna open Rinrin right up as soon as this is over. Wow, that was bad. Oh. Okay, here we go. There's nothing to say about Rinrin besides she's a very bad boss. There's no speed strats that really work on her besides backhanding her into electricity and using bombs. But she's one of the most defensive bosses in the game, and she rarely has an opportunity to let her guard down. I've tried experimenting with different weapons. It just doesn't work. Even in New Game Plus, nothing works at all. So the idea is you want to get Rinrin in a position and do a horizontal hit, run her into electricity, then you get one free hit if you're quick enough. Rinse, repeat, and that's really about it. This boss is very plain Jane, not very fun at all. So if we have any donation comments, or if you all want to listen to the commentary, I'm going to stop at this point.
Got $20 from SV Dvorak. I can't stop watching, great stuff. Keep on being awesome. Got $10 from Infinite9. Having fun watching the stream so far. Wonderful calls and wonderful runs. Let those fat platinum games be struck.
Okay, so I'll explain something real quick. You might have saw bombs come flying down. Rinrin has the ability in, well, she has this special little ability where she'll make items fall. She can either make bombs fall or pots fall. Pots don't do anything but minor damage, and obviously the bombs are what we want. What I'm trying to do right now is get her into a setup where the bomb will actually hit her into electricity to maximize the damage. Problem is, throwing in this game is really awful. You have, like, even if you target someone, there's no guarantee that you'll actually land your mark. Also, that was very good. Generally, avoid power struggles. As I said before, they're not good. Some bosses are worth it. Rinrin is not, unless you like a really over-sexualized animation of her riding Jack. That's about what you're gonna get.
And throwing is also motion.
Yes, exactly. Throwing is all motion control. And oh no, go ahead.
So is the backflip. Backflip is nunchuck. So like every time he does that, that's another motion control thing.
Yeah, essentially what Virtual Voidness just said. I use the nunchuck to do a backflip, while I use the Wiimote to do most of my primary attacks. There is some basic attacks you don't have to waggle, but with the chainsaw, it is all waggle. And doing a strong punch or, doing an uppercut, strong punch, or backhand is all waggle. Okay. Now we're moving on to the second boss. Now this boss is very scary, and not the boss itself, but the stage, because there is an out of bounds to this level. And the out of bounds can kill this run. But the good news is the out of bounds is not very consistent sometimes, and I say sometimes because if I mess up my movement and run into the boss bell, what will happen is I will get sucked into the elevator. Well, I'll explain more when we get there, better yet. So I'm going to shut up now, let the music play, commentary, or any donations we might have at this point.
We've got $35.01 from Daniel Sirigliano and $20 from Junis Ajala.
All of this takes place in like Asian type places is the idea, huh? Or like don't they, or does it like change over time?
Every area in the game has a theme. Essentially, we're in Asian Town, which is Okay, what just happened there was why killing each other is bad. They just denied me a large amount of points. Well, a setup to a large amount of points. It's not that bad, but you don't want that to happen to you because now we've just lost an opportunity. Okay, let me try that again. It's a little frustrating to lose all your points to an enemy ninja because they can deny you right out, and you have to try to get this combo going. And the reason this combo is important is because you want to get the spear. So if you can try to avoid losing your victim, that'd be nice. But in the perfect world, in MadWorld, where enemies are absolutely annoying, we have to do things where we're not gonna get what we want to do. And this is usually where I would start swearing, but I'm gonna control myself because I'll just do backup strats. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna get the spear now, and this is gonna eliminate any more further problems, and it's gonna allow me to relieve some stress on the ninjas because it's the most satisfying animation you can do, as well as it's quick. Doing curb stomps while spearing enemies, you allow yourself to do damage on the enemy limbs, which gets you about, no, I guess 950 would be the right amount, but it can vary depending on how many ninjas you hit. Okay. So once we unequip the spear, we're gonna drop them and crush their heads, and it's very brutal, but if you just saw what happened to me a few seconds ago with the setup, you can imagine that it's justified. So this is the only area where enemy killing is really bad, and the out of bounds as well. It's probably the worst area, and the boss itself is not really that interesting either. So Bistro is a very bad, I guess, level. Not for speedrunning essentially, but it's just not fun to speedrun. Okay, so now I have to double check all the ninja spots because if I don't, we're not going to be able to progress. So there's one ninja who was still alive. I'm going to have to double check everything again though. Sometimes there's one ninja that will stay hidden completely. Sometimes it just might be running off somewhere. The AI is very strange in this game, to put it bluntly. Okay. Usually don't want animations like that. They're very overblown, and you do get a little extra point for it, but it's not worth it. Okay, that cutscene just killed those guys for me, and it's a good time to explain that when you go into a cutscene, everything is real time, still happening. So if a boss is about to hit you, or if an enemy is about to hit you, you will be hit after the cutscene. So the game doesn't stop, it doesn't pause. You stop, but not the game. And okay, here comes the damage boost. Can we get it? Yep, we got the damage boost. Nice. Okay, mini boss, and I'm gonna shut up now. I really hope the chat does hear the commentary that they are saying. Greg Poops and John DiMaggio did do the work, and it was all based on improv. It is amazing. You might not hear every bit of line because I'm talking right now, or if someone on the couch might be talking, or whatever the case may be. But if you do get the chance, and if you don't hear every line, try to watch a video of MadWorld and enjoy it. It is absolutely amazing. Hence why I'm trying to be quiet and not talk as much when needed.
Yeah, I know that there's a YouTube video out there somewhere that has all the comments.
Yeah, the commentary is gold. Like, if you've never played MadWorld, if this is your kind of humor, if it's tongue-in-cheek, very brutal, you will love it. It is very offensive, keep in mind, though. So.
But if you're still watching.
Oh yeah, if you're still watching, you'll love it.
Yeah.
You sick, sick person. Okay, so we just got enough points for the Bloodbath Challenge, which is a good indication that we're on the right track right now. So I'm going to continue using the spear, even though it's a slower strat as opposed to using the chainsaw. It's slower, but it's consistent because you get more points, as well as you will always get the ninjas. Ninjas can dodge you if you use a chainsaw, and ninjas, as we've already found out, are very awful enemies to deal with.
And they can't really deny that the spear you used to jump.
No, they can't. The hitbox on the spear is so large that even if a ninja tries to jump, they will be hit with it, which is a really nice thing. If you're wondering why there's a cutscene every time that happens, it's because we're saving geishas. And if you don't know what a geisha is, it's a whore, prostitute. So there you go. The more you know. Swear jar.
Thanks, Laz.
Not a problem. Yet again, this is a very offensive game. So, another Blood Blast challenge. This one essentially is really simple. All you need to do is grab a guy, throw in a barrel, and fireworks. It's really pretty. There is one, I guess, speed strat to it. The faster you do it, the more time you save. You always will get 27 enemies, and it's always faster to throw the enemy as opposed to stuffing them in. Stuffing them in, it's about 1 more second faster than actually throwing them. The downside of throwing them is, depending on where you throw the enemy, will depend. Like, if you have to drag an enemy all the way across, you lose time. But then again, going all the way to a barrel just to shove them in it is even worse. So you get the idea. Throwing is quicker.
And sometimes you can luck out with the enemy placement on this, where you're trying to throw one enemy into 2 tubes that are side by side, and you hit another enemy into that, and you get both tubes at once.
Oh yeah, it's like if you get the setup right, like right here, or maybe not, it's really nice. Sometimes AI can cooperate, like right here in this situation. There you go. It's really convenient. Downside is they can hit each other and one will fly off, and if they do get hit by another enemy thrown, you'll go into a quick time instead of just picking up as usual. And in this stage, you get very limited enemies. So you have to be a little careful with it, but it does save time, and it is a good speedrun strat if you can implement it right.
With the fireworks cutscenes, I guess the points outweigh the time wasted having to watch them.
Exactly. Keep in mind, everything in these challenges are or in-game time. Do waste real time. There's nothing I can do about the fireworks. So the upside is at least you get to enjoy them. But speedrun, it's bad.
But yeah, it's definitely more worth it to actually get the points than to like, pace it so you don't get more fireworks.
Yeah, I mean, some levels you have to do the Bloodbath challenges. It's just required. There's no if, and, or but. Like on Jude the Dude's level, the man darts, it is required. You can get enough points to skip it, but his bell doesn't appear until you do the man darts. So this game, in a sense, is linear, to be fair. Okay.
So, Laz, did you battle this by yourself?
Yes. There really wasn't there was no information on MadWorld, and I imagine because since the game is very, like I said, underrated, or there was no SDA thread about it. Boy, there was an SDA thread, excuse me, but no one actually did anything with the game. They just talked about it, and at that point, I said, okay, let me route it. Because MadWorld is a very fun game, and the route is interesting. It's not your typical... Okay, that was bad. We didn't get enough points, unfortunately. The game is different because it is a leech. It's a point leech game, or a brawler that relies on points. So it can always change, and things are always different. You can always have a different route at any point in time in the run. Okay, there we go. Now we got a boss spell. Now, when I talked about the out of bounds earlier, if I dash into the boss spell, which is quicker, and hit the boss spell, canceling the animation that Jack would have to normally walk to and hit it, it would be faster also. There we go. Normally, running into the boss spell is quicker because you get there by a second faster, but you will clip inside the bell. It's not visually apparent, but it can happen. Okay, it's not going to happen, I think. Thank God. If that does happen, we're in deep trouble. Because what happens is we soft lock the game, essentially, and we have to redo the level all over again. And that's a lot of time wasted. Generally, the only way this run can die at this point now is if I choke on a boss. You'll never die to a normal enemy because normal enemies are just too weak. And even if you get killed by a trap, maybe, you won't, like, really, the only trap that can kill you is Death Press 1. Okay, boss fight, Shogun. There's not a lot to say. Take his armor off, the weaker he gets. There is one Happy Onion I will use, and I don't go for the power struggle even though it's so good. It's just very time consuming because the animation is so overblown. But you will see visual cues of his armor come off, and the point here is I want to waggle and avoid his attacks if I can, but at the same time keep constantly attacking him. But if we have any donation comments or anything at this point, go ahead.
We've got $10 from SexRex. Donating again to see if I can go 4 for 4 on getting GDQ comments skipped. Another 500 to come if Laz line races Coder with me on bonus stream.
Oh my.
Putting it to Huntress in Risky Rain, even though I won't be able to watch it live. Blow Me a Kiss Studio.
I love these sex wrecks.
I'll give him
the to the camp.
Like I got the variation, the one from last year.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yet again, this boss fight is very boring. There's not a lot to it. It's just tearing his armor apart slowly but surely. The spear does nothing to him either, by the way, if you're wondering. The spear does very little damage to the boss, and you don't get another weapon besides the spear at this point. So unfortunately, you don't have very many options. And he's going to keep doing the quick time event. Normally, you would think, why not just go for it? It would not be a bad idea, but at this point, he's already down, so we're all good. So he's gonna go run up top the roof and beat the end with one last quick time. That was bad, but fight's done now. Okay, now we're actually gonna do some really cool speedrun strats on one boss that's probably one of my favorite next to Black Baron because the strats are so amazing. If you've played MadWorld, you know the next boss that's coming up, and as I said before, every third boss, there's no progression to him. You go straight to the fight. This is Yokozuna, and Yokozuna is very, very fun because there's a cool abuse that you can do to him by using no waggle at all. Normally this fight, you would have to waggle about 4 times in total if you do it right, but there's going to be only 1 waggle, and I'll explain more as we go into the fight, because there's going to be 3 rounds. In 3 rounds, you're essentially supposed to push him out like a sumo wrestler, hence the name Sumo Arena. So here we go. Oh, the song is great. Yet again, I'll try to shut up and let the commentary and the music go. Okay, here we go. Okay, I didn't lock him all the way. You can't permanently lock Yokozuna, unfortunately, but you can lock him for about, the highest I've ever been able to lock him down is about 10 seconds. And what I'm doing here is I'm doing damage to him, but I'm avoiding the quick time event. Not because it's slow, well, actually it is slow, excuse me, but we avoid 3 cutscenes as well as the work that has to go behind the waggling. Remember, you can't really optimize the waggle unless you really have like Godspeed speed cap with the waggle. So to avoid that, we're going to just keep bapping him. And this works really well because he leaves himself open. And using a chainsaw is bad because he'll dodge it about 90% of the time. That's the fight. One last waggle. And we're done. There we go. And you...
Could you have pushed him out earlier? Like, or out of the ring?
Yes, well, no. You can, if you use the quick time, you push him out of the ring, and there's 3 rounds, keep in mind. The first round is spikes, second round is electricity, 4th round is explosive. And you want to avoid doing those rounds because keep in mind there's a cutscene every time he falls into it, then there's the initial waggle itself. It just makes sense. You want to beat him, and it's just better because you don't have to chainsaw him constantly. The good news is we also skipped a quick time with him because he'll usually jump in the air, grab a helicopter, and throw it down. So overall, that Yokozuna was not perfect, but it was good enough for a marathon. It's alright.
Stop studio leaving.
It's alright. I'll remember you, studio.
Alright, I'll scoot you in.
Virtual Voidness, if you want to get on the couch, go ahead. We got plenty of room.
Oh, yeah, you can. You're on the right side.
Yet again, you want to try to be as comfortable as you can. This is going to be a very long run.
Be careful. Get over here. Good.
Okay, so I'll make a short comment real quick, and I'll let the music and commentary go back to what it's doing. We're getting chased by a mini-boss called Deathblade. If you've played MadWorld, you know how annoying this mini-boss is. We're about to make him really easy. And he's done. No more Deathblade. The thing about that boss is you can't hurt him. You can't touch him, you can't do anything to him. All you can do is run. And if he touches you with his blade, similar to the Grim Reaper, you die automatically. So you can imagine why he's pretty bad. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and just explain real quick what I'm gonna do and let the music and commentary go back to its business. Essentially, I'm gonna use explosive barrels. This map has about 9 explosive barrels. No, wait, 7, excuse me. And it's the map that has the best route in general, just because it has so many explosive. But generally, we're just gonna hurt enemies up in a big group, throw explosive barrels, rinse, repeat until we get to the Bloodbath Challenge. But I'm gonna shut up now and let the music and commentary, and if we have any donations, go ahead.
You've got $20 from the Cute Fennec. The Cute Fennec here again. This game is great, never seen it before. Hope everyone has fun and to let all of us beat the 1 million from Sgdq.
There we go. So what we're doing right now real quick is Death Watch Challenge, which essentially all you have to do is impale zombies onto these spikes and turn the fountain into a pool of red. And it's kind of tricky because the middle one has a strange hitbox. See, it shouldn't have even gone there, but sometimes it just wants to act up. Okay. You can grab the zombie.
Yeah, so you're just in Asia Town, but now where are you again?
We're in Mad Castle. This is the Halloween theme of the game. There's, to explain the themes, we have the urban theme, we have the Asian theme, we have the Halloween theme, the sci-fi theme, and then eventually the casino theme.
This good? That was good.
Okay, so what we're doing, just hurting once again. As you might notice, people will render in and out, and it's just a sad example of why this run does suffer a little bit here and there. Okay. Now, the Bloodbath Challenges just went up, but before I do that, I'm going to do one last barrel to make sure I have enough points. So I can fail the Bloodbath Challenge, surprisingly, if I'm really bad, but let's hope that's not the case tonight.
So that stake like acts like a bunch of gas, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
The stake is the equivalent to money in this case. Essentially zombies.
That's why my fans love me. They're the ones.
I gotta really shut up so you guys can hear that commentary. So here we go. So essentially what we're doing here is pretty simple. Golfing. At its simple level. It's Mario Golf meets
Sin City.
Sin City or Battle Royale.
Yeah. Exactly.
I know, right? Now, the tricky thing about this area is there is one set of hoops that just are absolutely awful, and there's a set time for it that I haven't been able to get down just yet. So the trick, well, we're coming up to it in just a second. I just need to make sure I get this shot. Okay. And might be off. Oh, we got it.
Nice.
Now, that didn't look very hard, but the problem is you have to time your shot, because depending on how your arc will go, you will not be able to make that. And unless you time it, you're stuck in that one hoop. Like the other ones you can hit all day, but that one is really hard because you don't get a lot of height. And we're done with Bloodbath.
Mango. That's what it's called, really, but...
Okay, so next boss coming up. This is one of the worst bosses in the game. I mentioned 2 bosses that are really awful. This one's bad. Not because it's a bad speedrun boss, it's just a really horrible design boss. And Platinum, what were you thinking when you made this boss? His name is Shamans, and hold on, before we do that, let me grab this barrel over here. Little low on points. Okay.
At the end of this session, we're going to have to battle. Do you want me to do that Untitled Chapter?
Where at?
The end of the fight.
I'll probably, I'll hand off the waggling to someone else for a moment, so I can take off my jacket and beanie.
Official first co-op run of the Rails.
Yeah, you can initially let someone else do it. Also, this is bad. I didn't realize I was this behind on points. Normally, Mangolf will allow you to compensate, but no fret. There's plenty of explosive barrels to go around. It'll just be a little slow. And then again, this fight is just bad in general, so if we lose time on it, there's no surprise. This fight is probably what cost me a minute on my PB, just because the boss is just awful. You'll see in a second what I'm talking about, once we get these zombies herded. There we go. There we go, okay. So Shamans, brief analysis on this boss. It's a boss, but it's one boss who can summon minions, and it's what you would imagine. It's a guy who dresses up as a werewolf and causes havoc on the entire field. So the best way to counter him is get Torch, blow it. We cancel his wheel animation, which is a very dangerous move, and he always does that at the startup. Fortunately, he's going to do it again now. Sometimes he'll change up. He'll either summon more backup or he'll do the wheel. And the wheel, you just got to get rid of it. Get too close, though, you can get hurt. No, not close enough. And now we're going to get hit by it. Okay. Now, you have to be very careful with the targeting here, because if you target wrong, you'll focus his minion, and he'll always run away after an attack, because he'll do a quick time event, call backup, or he'll start the wheel, or he'll go on a rampage. Right there. And now he's going to go on the rampage. You can normally cancel the rampage by hitting him with the torch, but you have to be right on him. And now, see, we just targeted a minion. Targeting. Targeting is not very good in MadWorld, as you can imagine, because it will focus on that target very hard and keep the camera on that target. Okay, we got some damage in at least. The problem is we don't want to hit minions, though. The reason for that is because he's going to only summon more, and durability only lasts so long with the torch. So to optimize this fight the best you can... Wow. He, in real time, summoned more backup. Nice. Good fight. Now, are you seeing why I don't like this boss? It's gonna show up a little more. His quick time is actually not too bad. It's no RNG in it, besides the enemies he summons, but the quick time for, the motion for it is always constant. It doesn't change. So I'm gonna go ahead and do it because I'm not gonna take the chance of Rampage and get myself killed. Unfortunately, it is quite lengthy, and there's nothing really else to it. It's just the same motion. It's always right and down. You can always tell which motion to do. If he's putting enemies horizontal, it's going to be right. If he puts enemies in a straight line, it's vertical. He's gonna run at you, stick your foot in his head, then you smack down with the nunchuck. It doesn't do a lot of damage, unfortunately, to the final hit, which is now. And now we have to finish him off with the chainsaw.
I do it fast.
There we go, we canceled it.
Ready?
That was not a very good shamans, but you get the idea why this boss isn't very fun. Go ahead.
Be comfy. Keep going, just keep going. Got it.
That's
over there to the side, There you go. Yeah, yet again, there's a speed cap. You have to be... Yeah, co-op run.
Good run.
It's happening. There was no incentive for it, but you got it. Okay, so I took off my jacket because I'm already getting a little hot and my back's sweating. I know that's not very appropriate to say, but I'm putting in perspective. This game is very...
You're
getting that workout. You do John base
Man, I know.
LazerLong workout. Just whack, whack, whack.
Play MadWorld.
It's arms day every day. Okay.
Have you lost running MadWorld?
Well, look at him.
My muscles are so big. Now, this game actually can physically hurt you in a way where you're not supposed to play this game in one sitting, to put that in perspective. And if you're doing it really fast, it's good because fast strats, you want to avoid the waggle. That is the goal. This is the real speedrun goal, not to get a fast time, beat the game without waggle. That is the real goal in reality of MadWorld. But no, we also go for a fast time. Okay, so we want to herd. We want to be a little quick, though. We don't want to waste too much time. The problem is we need enemies to spawn, and we need them to be aggroed, because what we're doing is a setup now. If this works out well, we'll get a lot of points. If not, well, backup strats. And that was actually not too bad. Okay, there we go. That's good. You can tell you get a good explosive if Guillotine goes down, and once Guillotine goes down, that's the visual cue that you're on. Oh, nice, we got Driller that early. That's good. Yeah, the game's trying to catch up with itself right now, and what I'm doing is hurting zombies. Similar law applies to the zombies. They will de-render, just as the thugs did in Eversion City. There we go. Now, the reason I did that is normally you can activate the trap at any time, but once you activate the first time, it stops the game. In real time, yeah, keep in mind, everything still moves, but it allows you to pretty much at least get aggro off you for just a second as the cutscene begins. A little strange, I know, but bear with me. Okay. Now we're going to move to the next area where there's another explosive barrel. You can see the pattern here. Explosive barrels are your best friend when it comes to speedrunning this game because they give you the most amount of points. And I'll make one more note and I'll shut up. There is normal and hard to this game. Now, what is the difference between normal and hard? Hard changes the point system so much to the point where explosive barrels are pointless. It's drastically different. Does it make the game harder? No. The game's already hard as it is because damage is always the same. Like in the fight with Frank, I can take the same amount of damage on normal and hard than, on normal than it would be on hard. It just points change. That's what makes the game harder. And essentially what you have is just more grind.
Yeah, longer experience, not a ton.
Yeah. So we use that barrel explode, now we're running down, activate the next death press, and this will, if we get a good death press here, we can go straight into the Frank boss fight. Here we go. I'm gonna shut up at this time. Do we have any comments, or any donation comments? Go ahead, this is the time to read them.
Got $10 from Jonathan Fagundes. I'm enjoying it a lot. Keep doing it. Wish I could hug the guy in green shorts.
Green shirt? I wouldn't oppose. I mean...
Green shirt guys is simple.
I'm trying to think, is I and O close on the keyboard? Yeah. So it could have been like shorts, or like you have a green shirt on. So I mean, it can go either way. Okay.
I'm just here to speedrun.
I was making sure.
Oh wait, what am I doing?
Dude, you hug him.
Not using my head
Laz,
today.
you would hug him.
Who?
That guy.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. I would hug Frank. His arm is loving.
No. Like the donator. Yeah. What's that guy's name? I don't even. I'm losing it, dude. I am losing.
Who is Frank? That's like Foxy talking about
No. Frank, Frank used to be awful, and then there was a new strat found with Frank. The boss fight for him was to put in perspective, he's the hardest boss in the game. Casually, you will die a lot to Frank. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, he's just an awful boss to deal with. He's a cool boss, but I mean, there's nothing really too fun besides. And my grabs are really bad today. He's a hard boss because he does so much damage and he's very quick for a big guy. And the strat I'm about to show you is going to be really helpful for anyone who wants to play this game casually, because we're going to be abusing invincibility frames, and this boss fight will be one of the easiest boss fights in the game. Yet again, okay, where are we at? We might be a little possibly behind. We might be able to get one throw in that should compensate for it. We might have to chainsaw or do a spike trap, but we'll see. Okay. Normally, if this was an optimized run, I'd be at Frank's boss spell, similar to Rinrin. Yes. Please. You need to, like, okay, for those who have never played MadWorld, you need to hear the commentary.
Yeah.
You need to buy the soundtrack, or at least play the game once. If you don't like the motion controls, at least play through it and listen to all the great things. Visually, this game is not that, I mean, it's, for visuals, it's not bad, but cell shading can only go so far. Actually, I'm gonna hold that thought and serious time. Just realized we're at a boss fight. Okay, so I don't want to get hit a lot here. There's something bad that's going to happen if I get hit too much, so I need to be a little bit more better at this. And we're done.
Nice. That was consistent.
Oh man.
Reel him in.
Oh, you can
reel him in.
You can.
Yeah.
Oh. Thank you. I'm working to number 1.
Someday.
Exactly.
So how do you say this boss's name?
Elise.
Yeah, oh, I thought, dude, I'm so tired. I thought it said use, like E-use.
You're good.
Yeah, okay.
Something I said, you should buy this game. This game is super cheap.
Yeah.
Never pay more than
Yeah.
less than that. You should never pay more than $10.
Yes. It's a very good game. It's very underrated, as I said before, and there's reasons for it being underrated. A lot of when it came out was just controversy.
Yeah.
A lot of it was controversy, and it was Platinum's first game. And yet again, I can go and talk about Platinum's problems, but this is MadWorld.
Yeah.
I should probably talk about the speedrun, though. Okay, so after beating Frank, he was a really easy boss. Now we gotta fight one of the worst bosses. Not in terms of the what's the best way? She's RNG. That's what Elise is. She's nothing but RNG. She's the boss who is the king, or the queen, excuse me, in RNG. There's no boss who does this better than her. And the reason...
No, the queen.
Queen. I almost said king.
The Quinadian.
Quinadian? Oh man, we are...
Late. We're all tired.
You guys are tired.
It's Lurley.
So am I.
It's Lurley. Both.
So what's controversial about this?
I don't see it.
Awesome rack on her, though. I'm gonna shut up now and let the commentary do the work, because Greg and John do a great job with this commentary.
Yeah.
Yes, this is a family-friendly stream. If you're tuning in now, thank you for stopping by. Let your kids watch. No, don't. Turn the stream off now. Wait for the next run.
Yeah, who put Ninjabread Man immediately after this?
Yeah.
That's perfect. No, it's good. They complement each other.
It should have been before it. That would have been awesome. It's like, okay, so now that we're done with Ninjabread Man, boom. This is like burnt French fries, dude. Just straight up. Like burnt French fries with a knife inside somewhere.
The point is, a lot of people don't like together.
Okay, so to elaborate what's going on now, Elysian's been such a
pain.
A pain. A big pain in my rear. She is such a jerk. I mean,
she is
wow.
Fuddy-duddy.
She's a naughty girl. I mean, well. Whoops.
She's being a real John DiMaggio, if you know what I mean. She's being a real Greg Proops. You know what I'm saying?
Awesome rack on her, though. All right, and there's so many jokes I can make right now, but I'm trying to control myself.
This game's not trying to control itself, though.
I'm gonna stand up now and stretch because this is my time to relax. Can you hand me that real quick?
This is like the 7th inning?
Thank you.
You got this?
Yeah. I'm gonna stretch right now. Because every third cutscene, there's not a lot to do. I'm gonna hold the wire so I don't break it. Workout.
Yo, by the way, usually I hate the chat, like, all the time, but I really, really wanted to know. Like, I wanted to know what's going on right now. Like, who's actually talking and whatever. Probably nothing interesting, but, like, if it was something interesting.
Chat's probably having a ball.
It actually can't be overstated enough, but you really should stretch, like, before and after you play this game. Otherwise, you're going to wake up and not be able to move your arms.
Yeah, yet again, this game is physically, like, painful. Doing reset runs of it is not advised. Like, if you need to speedrun this game, like, here's, okay.
It's like Half-Life 2.
Yeah.
You do it once.
Yeah, do it once and you call it a day.
You're over halfway.
Yeah, we're getting there. Now we're in Area 6-6, which is the sci-fi area. This is the absolute most boring area, and there's nothing I can tell you that will make it interesting because what this is the auto-scroller meets point grinding.
Nice.
So if we have any commentary...
Yeah, just straight comment. Let's just do it.
If we have any donation comments...
I want to hear every person's name that's commented in the last hour.
Go crazy with the donations, please.
All right, we've got some donations here. We've got $6 from Jorgen Orodol. It's not much, but I have heard small donations can help out a lot. A great event, and I'm looking forward to the Warcraft 3 run. We've got $6.10 from Yeah Brah. Love the game, love the Sin City aesthetics, love the soundtrack, love the run. You give great commentary that explains a lot of which is happening in the game. Don't worry about shutting up, you're giving great commentary.
Hey, don't worry about shutting up.
Thank you. I just shut up so you guys can enjoy the game. I know you're here for the speed run, but at the same time,
we're here for you, Laz.
Wow, that's dedication. I'm not even here for myself. I'm actually asleep right now. This is just how I play. Sleepwalk. Thanks. It's muscle memory. I think I sold that joke a little well. Call it a day.
Okay, any other ones? Let's keep it going.
If we don't have any donation comments, I can throw in a few more things, but if we do, yeah, go ahead.
We've got $20 from Jeremy Bath. It's always great to see you guys do this every year. Here's my donation and good luck to all the runners.
...2009. It might have been late 2008, but you're right. It was
6 years ago.
Yeah, Platinum's first game, and yet again, you might know them as the former. Like I said earlier, they were Clover, and they were trying to branch out. And for their first game, it yet again has problems, but it was a pretty solid game if you played it at the time. Because for the Wii, there wasn't a lot of fun stuff, and yet again, the Wii console suffers from one thing. It has doesn't really have any good titles, and motion controls are just bad for it. Unless it was a Nintendo game, well, a Nintendo-developed game.
Yeah, Nintendo made, Nintendo published, Nintendo.
Yeah, like, unless you were playing Twilight Princess, there wasn't a lot going on for the Wii. But then again...
Brawl was cool, though.
Brawl. Man,
Like,
the shots.
There was, like, on the release of Wii, there was a couple of good ones, like, what was that game with, like, the samurai swords and the shooting units? Yeah, like, it was simple, but it was nice. It was chill.
It was simple, except that there was, like, 7 pages in the instruction manual for the controls.
But, like, when you play it, like, those exact same 7 pages are explained to you in, like, grueling detail in a tutorial. But, yeah, like, that was cool, and that came with it, basically. Like, it was cheap as, nothing. Oh, boy.
Hype for that. Get hyped.
One-handed.
Oh, the one-handed got met?
Nice.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
That's
great.
gonna be hype.
That's real.
I guess I'll say this real quick. There was a sequel to MadWorld, by the way.
There was?
You might know it as Anarchy Reigns.
Yeah.
Another really, really underrated game. I wonder why. Platinum's got like... Yeah, I got...
They're making the new Panzer Dragoon.
Oh.
It's gonna be so good.
Wait, what? And
whatever it's actually called, it looks like Panzer Dragoon.
But yo, for real, hey, if you like this game or Anarchy Reigns, I happen to know somebody who streams both of those and then speedruns them. You should follow him.
No. No. Sell out.
No. You deserve it. You're a trooper. You got it. Yeah, Ninjabread Man 1 game. That's really sick.
Good times. Good times.
Give it a round of applause for Ninjabread Man.
Yeah.
I didn't expect you guys to
There's not
actually
even-
follow up on the clap.
There's not even not even a game.
Listen, it's really late.
We're all sheep
Don't
here.
worry.
If one person claps, we all have to do it.
Okay.
Oh. Stop telling me the time. Ah, dude.
Okay. So pretty much now all we have to do is get the remaining points for this area. You might notice there was barely any real commentary. There's not a lot to say when your only control of a bike is hit the nunchuck to go 180 degrees while the Wiimote...
Whoa.
Frame rate, please.
Yeah.
Good frames. I counted them.
Yeah, something happens there in this level. There's so much that goes on, and keep in mind, this is a game that doesn't render enemies properly. So if we drop frames, it's most likely because MadWorld's having a bad day. There's no logical reason. I mean, you would assume it would be because there's a lot of special effects going on, there's a lot of particles. No, just MadWorld's having a bad day. You're drunk. Go home.
How much do you know about the graphics actually behind it?
Not that much. The problem is, yeah, it's super black and white.
Like, is the black and white created by a filter?
I assume it would be just like a really simple just color mask, and like just figuring out like what you want to be light and dark. Because if you notice, it's pure white, dark, and like there's no real gray because the gray is just the lining.
I guess that would make making some of the art assets easier because they wouldn't have to texture or anything.
So it's just straight up a mask probably. Like there's no filter. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to be saying much because this boss fight is... It's power struggle. This fight is very bad. If No More Heroes had a it had a bike fight.
Yeah.
But if it was...
Basically No More Heroes.
Haha! Someone solved the mystery. No, but this fight, essentially all you do is power struggle. You can hit Kojak with a normal spin out, but the problem is damage can vary. And I'm not sure if it's... if it's a area, like on his person, or where the hitbox is for the maximum damage, or if it's speed related. The problem is it's really hard to test this when every time you try to waggle with a 360, it goes straight into a power struggle. Thankfully, the power struggle is not that awful. Besides these animations we get every time, it does try to stay consistent if it can, as well as the damage is pretty good as well. So.
Okay, here's a question.
Go ahead.
If you had the choice between like picking up, like okay, how about this? No More Heroes. would you consider picking that up as a speed? Like, it seems right up your alley, considering this.
People have done speedruns of No More Heroes, and I can see the comparison between this game and No More Heroes. They're both cel-shaded, they're both over the top. I mean, Suda, Grasshopper, yeah, I mean, you can tell. But the thing is, with No More Heroes, it is a different game in a very different way. And I'm not too fluent with the speedrun aspect of it, but I know it's a lot of chores, of cleaning houses and stuff.
Yeah. If that wasn't a thing, that'd be really cool. Yo, NG Plus, is that a thing in No More Heroes, even?
NG Plus? New Game Plus?
Yeah, like if it was like NG Plus or like, you know, no chores %.
I don't know. I know in MadWorld, New Game Plus is a thing, but it's...
I'm just saying, like, if that was a thing, I'd be all over that, no problem.
I suppose.
Because, like, wow, mowing the lawn is something I don't want to do. Like, even that's, like, a subtle over-the-top thing. Like, hey, you know, you may be, like, a master assassin dude with, like, a lightsaber, but go mow my lawn. Like, it's super great.
Are there any differences between the Japanese and English versions?
As far as I'm aware, I'm not sure. There might be dialogue difference, but I doubt. I did some console testing between the Wii and the Wii U, but this game is very native by nature. Yeah, the loading doesn't matter. You can put it on a Wii U, but it won't speed it up. So unfortunately, the Japanese might have potential, but I'm not sure. The problem is glitch hunting in this game is not very easy because you have a very limited movement, and there's not a lot you can do with glitch hunting because the problem is to actually progress, you need to hit the boss spell for certain areas, and some you don't even get the boss spell. So to put in a nice way, the only out of bounds we get is probably the best we're gonna get, unless.
You mean the one that soft locks the game?
Yeah, the one that breaks the game.
Yeah, yeah. Like I love that. That's the best out of bounds we're gonna get.
I mean, there is some pretty cool strats you've seen so far through the run, and it only gets better. There are minor things here and there, so.
I'm sure like you could just like make a file before like this level per se, and then just instead of actually trying to progress, just testing everything, just walking up against corners, etc. I don't know. There's gotta be something.
So same ideas before what we're doing, similar to a lot of the areas you've seen in the same combos, building up a combo massive to get a certain weapon that's going to help us with certain enemies, especially the Masters themselves. And the Masters, well, I guess if it isn't obvious so far, we're kind of in the Star Wars area.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a lot of Star Wars references, so if you don't catch on, I'll help you out.
The Jeep looks like it's smiling. Dude. No, it fires gun.
Okay. So we just grab the electromagnetic gun, or magnetic. Wow.
It's no. It's cool.
We're good. We got this. We're good. We're in this.
Words?
How do? Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna take this explosive barrel down. I'm gonna knock these two down. They stay up. Nice. Okay, so what I want to do now is I've got 4 explosive barrels. There's quite a bit on this map, thankfully. It's not as numerous as Shaman's, but it's just enough to help us out with some of the point grinding that we're going to be doing. This level's, I think, next to Rin, the longest for point grinding because the amount you need is about 2085. And keep in mind, that's not 1,000, that's 400, because we are way past that point of 4 digits. Okay.
Speaking of 4 digits, what is the swear jar at? The swear counter.
Oh yeah, good point.
I may have missed a few while Laz was talking, but currently we're at 186.
Jesus. Well, I don't have 100 on me, but I'll definitely donate as much as I can.
To put it into context, he got like 46 of those in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah.
It's only, here's the thing, we have one mission that's gonna have the word, no, I'm not gonna say it because I'll add on to the swear jar.
Yeah.
The word mother fudger. That.
Oh, come on, you're gonna count that?
You're gonna count that?
No. Yeah, we have to count that. That's profanity. No, the swear jar, pretty much, the idea is we want to, yet again, profanity is a thing with this game. It is over the top. There is no way escaping it. And with Greg Poops and John DiMaggio, with all the foul things they've said, we're gonna turn that into a positive thing by donating all the money to charity. So.
And also, dude who donated earlier said he'd match it.
Nice.
But yeah, that's totally awesome.
Yet again, we have a swear bucket, but unfortunately things happen and another day. So.
KFC is only getting us so far.
Yeah, unfortunately we lost our sponsorship with KFC. they were like,
this is how we couldn't do KFC how they wanted it to. Yeah.
They were like, no, I'm sorry, we can't support this. There's not a KFC bucket every stream. Yeah.
Guys at KFC. Guys at KFC, we're just like, dude, we can't support this game.
Okay, come on.
Way too big.
And good. Good combo. Essentially what we're doing right there
Delete.
Using that combo to, we're turning those robots, the cybernetic assassins, into explosive barrels, because they are the hardest enemies to fight on your own, besides bosses. And implying bosses are even hard in this game, besides Black Baron and, who else? No, Rinrin's not hard. When I say hard, I mean hard in the sense that you'll die a lot. I guess Masters would be one of them, because they can kill you. The problem is your chainsaw limit can be reduced. Ooh, I made a big mistake actually. That might. What I was supposed to do was send the gray into the saucer, and they give you a large amount of points for doing that, but that's alright, we can compensate. There's a backup strats for every level, so don't worry. That's the nice thing about this game, if you make one mistake, there's always something you can do to fix it. So, and there's the money shot challenge, so I'm gonna go ahead and do this real quick. It's gonna be a little slow, but it's best to do it now than not do it at all. Because I know I'm gonna need it. Okay.
Quick question.
Go ahead.
How many people are in the chat? Do you know? Like, does anybody know? Okay. Because I just want to know how many people are hanging with us.
Yeah, it's bedtime, kids. Time to go to bed. At least go. Euro's like.
40,000.
Go to bed. Stop.
This is a bad. Stop watching it, guys.
Yeah, but
we don't. I don't want little kids watching that.
Well, Europe doesn't support you.
Oh man. Wow. This run.
Yeah. Also, fun shout out to all my European friends, like Jet and Henyo. How are you doing today? I'm fine.
There we go. They want to do that, but they keep getting in the way. I'm gonna stick one more pole in this guy's head, then I'm gonna pull him down with me, and then we're gonna get a little bit more extra points.
Everything in this game is brutal casual?
Yeah, I guess it's casual, if you have a sick mind.
Like,
this is what you do casually.
No, this is what he does casually, very clearly. Does it look like he's struggling?
Just a little bit. So I'm just gonna put this one in and then take him with me. I'm not gonna bother wasting any more time. Enemies will keep spawning and they'll just keep getting in the way. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and shut up now and let the commentary do its thing, because I've been blocking most of the nice commentary, and if we have any donations, go ahead and read them out at this time.
Got $5 from Ari0. Hey Laz, Ari here. Just wanted to donate to say you are doing a good job and you look handsome as hell. Happy I could be awake during your run. Much love.
Thank you guys.
Got $5 from Kolmar. Greetings from Finland. Here is 5 Buckazoids. Keep up the speed runs and those crazy glitches.
Based Finland. I've never met a Finnish dude that has bad taste in video games.
No.
Oh.
am I boxing?
You're watching a very good game.
A repeat from
Essentially, this is pretty. If you haven't guessed it already, this is Money Shot 2 with aliens.
Wouldn't it be hilarious if, like, instead of like women faces, they had like alien faces?
That would be sexist.
I think it'd be hilarious, dude.
Oh man. Just a reminder: viewer discretion is advised.
Yeah.
If you're still watching and not offended at this point, or if you are now offended, I'm impressed. But okay. So essentially, we're doing the same thing as we did before, sticking the bottle in the head. You can think of the aliens as guys, except they're not really guys, they're aliens. And we have to do 2 targets this time. Now every time you get a target, a UFO appears. Now UFOs can give you a little bit of bonus point, but not really that worth it unless if you do the challenge right, unlike I'm doing, then the points will be worth it later on. There's always one more backup strat if things go bad, and then if that backup strat doesn't work, we have a backup strat. And I'll let you guess what that is. It's called chainsawing a lot of people really quickly.
And hoping.
Yeah. Keep in mind, every time we do this, we lose time in game time, and in game time we lose real time. So it does cascade on itself, and that's what makes this really tricky, because you have to get enough points and then find the fine line between how much you want to keep doing the challenge or if you have enough points. Okay.
Good for her.
Natalie's really going places.
Yeah, like this is
Dream, man.
but like this is not only MadWorld.
Being a giant cardboard cutout and having aliens with bottles planted in their voice.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Hopefully have aliens throwing like outside of like. Oh yeah, it'll just be in the casual area.
Yeah.
This is a common hobby. They do this in Netherlands.
Whenever they're not like ice skating.
Quebecian pastime.
No, they do it while ice skating. What am I saying? That's perfect.
Shout outs to the Netherlands World Cup team.
5-1, dude.
I know, really.
Alright, this isn't sports time, but seriously though, that was sick. That's gonna go down in history. Every single time Spain talks about Netherlands, they're gonna mention 5-1. Forever.
Okay. And it should be enough.
Wait, did I say Spain? Whatever. It's so late, I don't care about that.
Okay, I'm gonna need some serious time for this one. I normally don't ask for serious time on most bosses, but this boss is a little different. Unlike Frank and unlike unlike Frank and Shamans, this boss is really, really hard and has the worst waggle in the game. If I get that waggle, I'm actually gonna have a hard time keeping up with it. It's really that hard, I'm not being sarcastic. Now the strat here is to get a double hit on both the son and father of these Jedis. And the trick is, hitting them both is hard because unless you let them jump together, but if you, yeah, see I missed the double hit. There we go, we got one double hit, but we missed the initial one, so we compensated by hitting the dad again. Okay. Thankfully, the horizontal chainsaw has a lot of range with its hitbox, so sometimes you can hit the son or father at a very high, at a range, which is nice. So as long as you cancel one of them during one of their attacks, you can save yourself dealing with a lot of trouble. Okay, this is a standard QTE. They always do this. It's not the one that I'm talking about, though. The one I'm talking about is really, really bad, but that's why we don't want it. If we get it, I'll be crying. Not kidding. I promise. Okay, here we go. So they stand here for me, and double again. Okay, they're not gonna let me get it again. Okay, so I have to get one of them. I'm gonna hit the father once, and then I'm gonna hit the son before he starts going on a rampage. Don't want to get hit by that, because that hurts like a truck. And we got a double hit again. Gonna let him run. There we go. No, no double hit, unfortunately. We got a double backhand. There. And they're doing it again.
You like this? It's so good.
Okay. This should be the last QT we get from them, unless they somehow whoop the attack out of their rears. Then we'll have to deal with that then. Okay. Nope, no, 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 no. They almost did it. That was close. And that's why the double hit works. Now, it doesn't matter who you grab, the father and son are the same, it just... Who do you hate more? The father or the son? There you go. Essentially, now all we have to do is waggle back and forth, waggle back and forth.
Well, the son's basically trying to push it, so...
Yeah. Ooh, shots called. Okay, slam. And throw. Now, the reason Masters are so hard is because you're about almost 2 hours into, well, almost about 2 hours into the run at this point.
Mediocre explosion, actually.
Yeah,
it's perfect because there's just nothing.
Yeah, don't ask me why they explode. I don't get it either. But yeah, the reason Masters are hard is because at this point, if you've been waggling a lot, your arms are hurting, and when they pile on the worst waggle in the game, your arms will feel like jelly. I can confirm. This is the worst. This is the second worst boss fight. And why is this the worst boss fight, you might ask? Why is Martin the worst? Because you can't kill him conventionally. You have to use explosive barrels against him. And the trick is, well, explosive barrels and a rocket. And the trick is you need to try to keep the barrels alive because he's going to shoot rockets at you. And if he blows up the rockets, you lose that opportunity to speed the fight up just a bit. But essentially, this fight is bad. It's really, really bad. It's one of the worst fights I've ever... Well, I guess not worst boss fight, but for a Platinum game, I'm really shocked and depressed. Okay, so by doing that, we got both explosions to go off and hit him. Downside is you can get stuck here if Martin chooses to sit here, but he should move at some point. Thank you. Okay, and there's the weapon. There's one more explosive barrel we need to get, though. Jack, please. We don't want to get QTA grabbed by him, though. His QTA is almost as bad as the Masters, except the damage is not worth it. Unlike Masters, where the damage might be a little better, Martin doesn't give you anything. If you do his QTA and successfully do it, he robs you and says, nice try. Okay, I'm going to shut up and let the game do the commentary for me now at this point, because there's nothing else to say about this fight. And if we have any donation comments, go ahead.
We've got $250 by Signless Knight. Greetings from the UK. I'm enjoying my day off from work in the best way possible. Can't wait for Tomba 2 and Spyro 2, as they were called over this side of the pond, to be run, as they were both childhood games for me. Please put half the donation towards Inferno 4 on Trials Fusion, and the remainder towards Announcer's Choice.
Good taste, dude, by the way. The name. Yeah, like those were good choices.
Okay. Now we just have to wait. That's all we can really do right now. We can go for the QTA, but it's not worth it. It's really, really not worth it. Also, where's that weapon? The timing on the weapon is a little different each time. It's never really consistent. Also, there it is. Thank you. And let's end this. And we're done. Yeah, these subtle references. If you don't understand what that means exactly, essentially Martin is knocked out, but he's bending over, and that standee is giving him
a big bada boom.
Yeah, there you go. Big bada boom.
Probably from all the lasers. A little water will put that. Oh man, you're the second best.
Somebody say let's do a roll call? Sure.
Yeah,
let's fill in space.
Yeah, go ahead and do the roll call.
Okay, Laz, what's your name?
I am LazerLong, running MadWorld.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
SCXCR.
Alright, I'm moving. Hey.
Hi.
There's no order on this couch. What's
Running
that?
my camera.
Yeah. What's
We
your name,
we have Mike. Mike Uyama's on over there to my right. Virtual Boyness is right behind me. We have Mufin, SCXCR, and then behind me in the row is Bonzi and Lurk. That's all I know. I don't know.
Also serious commentator Monty.
Okay, guys, prepare to get the swear jar ready. Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Time to count. Be ready with that counter. They're gonna say this for a lot, so prepare yourself. So much money. This is going to a good cause. I say this is definitely worth the cost.
Oh my god. I missed the level. One of my heroes watching.
Now there's a reason we are doing this, by the way. The slot machines give you a lot of points. I mean, a lot when you add them all up and do the math. I'm trying to remember exactly how much points they give you, but right now I'm so tired I can't really do math. So unfortunately, I'm not really reliable. But we'll put it this way: they help a lot, even though they do cause the AI to swear a lot. Because when you start killing the AI's teammates, they start. Well, actually, it's funny. If you put something on top of an enemy, the AI will either laugh at the victim, or if you kill the victim, they'll have some sense of camaraderie. But the problem is, in MadWorld and Deathwatch, this is more plot if you care. Everyone's out to kill each other. This is a free-for-all. There's no teamwork. You'll see out in the... Oh, wait, what am I doing? You'll see in the game that enemies are trying to kill each other at all times, hence why there's a friendly fire in this game, why they can kill each other.
So, like, I guess here's a question, if we're talking lore. Who made all these structures in which these free-for-all takes place? Like,
this takes place in Bergen City. It's supposed to be it's supposed to be like Manhattan, pretty much. The story is...
It's actually pretty cool.
Yeah. You would think there's not a lot to it, story-wise, but there is a deep meaning. Not like... It's no Myst, and it's no... Oh, what's a really good deep game? Yeah,
it's not really as deep.
It's no Shadow Colossus. It's a deep game, though. Yeah. Pretty much, Jack has to... Initially, the story is revolving around Jack entering the games as a newcomer. He gets in the games, has to save somebody, and... There we go. And has change of plans, because he wants to find out what's really going on here. And you eventually learn. If we have time, I might let the cutscene play out for the final credits. But that depends on how much time we have, because the problem is the credits take about 6 minutes and 10 seconds. And yeah, and it's nothing but talk. Unfortunately, and we'll talk about how timing works in this game as well, and when the time stops, to elaborate, because some people might get confused. Okay, come on. That was bad. So, actually, let's mix it up. That's a lot. That's definitely gonna go on the swear jar. If they overlap, just count that as one. I don't have enough money. There we go.
Right. Extreme.
I really do hope the chat can hear the commentary though from Greg Poops and John DiMaggio. It's
yeah, seriously.
It's
make an effort.
Yes.
And hey, donate $5 and you have a chance for us to just give it to you. Straight up.
There you go.
Yeah, the OST. You're entered to win. Yeah! Do it, man.
I gotta do that 3 more times unless I do better strat.
After you do that, you just gotta go across like a drum set. Yeah.
I could do it like a drum set, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh,
just be Rush. With like a really big anticipation.
You're basically Neil Peart.
Yeah.
Right now, like.
Imaginary Neil Peartman.
Yeah, it's called That
was a combination.
Sorry.
Yeah, come on.
How many people do you think there are? Well, I mean... I don't know the Russian. Or what? Dude, yeah, actually, never mind. They haven't been relevant in like at least 5 years.
Okay, last man darts, and I'm gonna treat this man darts, letting you guys see the last cutscene in the game. So normally these cutscenes take about 10 seconds, maybe more, depends on which one. But in total, each cutscene is 7 minutes.
Y'all know you love the Black Baron's attempted humor there, didn't you? With your stink asses. Swing the bat and teach some motherfucker that when it's time to play, it's time to pay. And of course, when it comes to pimping and pain, the only G's who gets a shot at man darts too are the real all-star players. Oh shit! What the? Oh hell no! Go go!
Yet again, there's cutscenes like that ladled throughout the game that are just fantastic. That's not an incentive enough to pick up the game. I don't know what is. So similar to Man Darts as before, we lose time in game each time we hit because a second is lost each time a slow-mo comes into play. For example, come on, buddy. This guy does not want to play. There we go. You'll notice a slowdown happens in the timer up there at the very top right. Will slow down for a second. So in this case, all we need to do is just hit people. Just keep hitting people until we get to a certain point. And they're pretty much doing a lot of throwbacks to enemies at this point, so... Okay. Nice. That was a double. You can get a triple hit with man darts. It's a little tricky though, because you have to have the enemies ladled in front of you from left, right, straight, or left, straight, and right.
Ladled.
Wow, that was a good shot. Go ahead. I've gotten one double bullseye one time, but it didn't count on the bonus. Like, here's the thing about bullseye. You can get a double bullseye, but they won't count the point. Like, you'll see the visual bullseye, but the game says, nope, you got one bullseye. Yep, and if it was worth it, maybe going for the triple or double, but it's so hard because you gotta keep in mind AI will change all the time. They can dodge, and your hit has to be like you can position yourself in the right spot for a bullseye, but for a double you need the AI to stay still. Like these aliens aren't doing it. There we go. Almost.
So what do aliens come in on this, like...
Area 6-6.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta fight the wannabe stormtroopers and then the Greys.
Yeah, I mean, like, let's just talk about, like, lore again. That's all, like...
Oh, lore.
where they come in. Like, if we're gonna talk about it, I want to talk about everything.
You gotta know the lore coming in. You gotta know the source material for this game.
This game has the deepest one.
No, there's no real lore. This game, yet again, is over-the-top wacky. They don't really explain a lot of things. They don't explain why Jude the Dude comes back from the dead as Deathblade. Spoiler alert. You think you killed Jude, but he doesn't stay dead. He's actually Deathblade incarnate. And they don't explain what happens to him. They don't explain why Baron doesn't just stay dead. Yet again. A lot of running tropes and a lot of running jokes going on. Our new sponsor.
Betty Crocker needs to be all over this.
Okay.
Tomorrow's lunch is going to be
Sponsored by Fruit Gushers. Get your fruit gush today. Okay. Now we're at the final stage in the game. We have one last boss, mini boss rush, not boss rush, but mini boss rush we have to go through, then the final boss, and then we're done.
So are you doing a small boss rush? Or are you boss rushing small bosses?
We are boss rushing the bosses of the mini boss rush. Boss rushing, boss rushing them. Boshi.
I'm just sleeping for this, please. Boss rush.
The boss rushing.
Because they're Russian bossin'. I don't, dude. I'm tired.
Is it Big Boss?
Yes, Big Boss is in this game.
Right, I'm gonna get comfy.
So who's going to sleep after this?
I've been awake for 24 hours.
Oh, 24 hours.
That's fine. It's really, really early. Morning hours like this tend to be where everyone's trying either waking up at this point or hold on.
Playing the drums.
Insta kill? Yes, we got it. Nice.
Good stuff.
Okay, and good. So for some reason they decided to make mini Fu Manchus. Again.
Go away.
And these guys are absolutely the most annoying enemy to deal with. Okay. Yeah, I forgot I have to start doing this now. Okay. Sometimes enemies will spawn a little late, so what I'm going to do to abuse this is start getting barrels inside, because if I leave the barrels out there, I'm not going to be able to make use of them. So this is going to help me with the ninjas coming up, and then possibly Crocker fight. The Crocker fight, it's where Waggle is real. I'll be honest with you guys, I'm on the verge of profanity because these guys are just the worst. They definitely will get under your skin. So.
Could you just like let it out if it's gonna?
Oh no! Have you seen the swear counter?
236. That's what's up.
And he's actually been doing a terrible job keeping track of them.
Hey, it's not easy. It is
like
not
you
easy.
could do any better. You didn't even try. Dude's been at it.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Dude's been alert this whole time.
Nice. Nice. That was good. Okay, to explain what just happened there a second ago is okay, what just happened there a second ago was we used the baseball bat and knocked Tengo inside the blades. There is a trick that you can actually knock Tengo inside that before his animation even begins. And it's happened before, I swear. I just didn't record it, unfortunately. But it's another quick strat you can do. It's hard to position right, though. Also, these ninjas. Okay. Okay, there we go. We're really close to the end here, so we just gotta get past these ninjas. Past the ninjas, and then one more fight with 3 mini-bosses. And I'm gonna use the bat here because I'm gonna try to minimize as much waggling as I can so my arms don't give out on me. Okay. Okay. 2 Crockers. Here we go. Okay, so what I'm doing exactly is I'm going to be using the bat, and instead of using the chainsaw, which is limited gauge, I'm going to hit the bat, cancel my animation with the bat, rinse, repeat. This is actually not a... Oh, well, I don't want to do that. This is a good method because it does a lot of damage to the Crocker, as well as it's fast, and there is absolutely no waggle to deal with. See, now Crocker's dead. So that's 1 Crocker to deal with. There's going to be another guy coming up in a second, so don't worry. Still more fun to have. Okay, for some reason, there we go. I was about to say, I don't know why the cutscene didn't kick in.
Okay. You mind if I shout somebody out because he just literally just did it because he wanted it to happen? Oh, are you busy?
1 second.
Yeah, you got it. I believe it.
Okay. We're gonna do this instead.
I mean, there's no health.
No, there's no visual health you can tell. There's just an amount of hits you can do. Normally it takes about 10 to 11 chainsaws to kill these enemies. And they can block, dodge, or do things like this. And then you can do this. Slower, but it's satisfying. Okay. Alright, now we're at the final boss. And this boss should be no spoiler at this point, because I think I said it earlier. But it is one of my favorite bosses in any video game, just because of how silly it is.
I agree.
Alright, really fast. Shout out to Nico. The greatest Shadow Warrior 2013 runner.
Nice.
Yeah.
How much time do I have on the clock right now? Can someone...
You're at 2:05.
Wow, we're right next to my PB. Okay, so since we have plenty of time, I'm going to let this play out then. Normally I wouldn't, but since we got some time to kill, I'm going to let this play out.
Oh, dude.
And unfortunately, it is a long cutscene, but I'm going to stop there for that one. Okay, serious time because this is really, really good music and a really hard fight, so everyone please, let's enjoy it. Nope. He's gonna hit a certain health threshold in just a second. Okay, here it is. So now we're going to enter phase 2 of Baron. Okay, phase 2. This is where the fight gets really hard now. Okay. I have to be careful here because if I make one mistake like if I make one mistake like that, he'll catch me in that whirlwind attack, and I will get punished heavily. The upside to this is once he does that, he leaves himself open. Downside is I don't have enough chainsaw, so I might not be able to do the Baron skip. Wrong mode.
Ooh.
No, okay. Oh my. Okay. Oh, that's fine. Unfortunately, I'd like to end that because now... Okay, I'm just going to let him win now. There's a reason for this. Normally, since this is a marathon, I want to let it go out on a good note, but I'm just going to do the Baron skip. Okay. Now, what exactly that... Oh, I'm actually going to shut up. I'll explain afterwards. Get ready with time. No, not yet, not yet. Get ready for it.
It's goodbye for Matilda. Hate to see her go, but I love to watch her leave. Yeah, some real sweet cheeks on the gal, and she was damn handy with that bat, too. Speaking of which, Jack's got the bat in his hand and murder in his eye. And the bloodlust is building in the bleachers. Now the Trappers are bringing in the Vanguard's board, and we all know what that means. A big fucking finish. Yes, but I think Jack's got a little unfinished business first. The Baron doesn't even know what planet he's on. Pretty soon it won't matter. That's right, Baron. What's good for the bitch is good for the bastard. I wonder how he likes being on the receiving end of a pin slap. 1 potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, 4. Time for that big fucking finish you were talking about.
3, 2, 1, time.
Jack winds up. The crowd is going crazy.
That's a good time.
Are we in the swear jar now?
Yeah. Okay. To explain something real quick, for those who have played the game, actually. All right, there we go. Okay, so to explain pretty much, that input is where we stop the time. Now I'm going to hit the next real quick. We've got a little time, but I'll elaborate pretty much what's going to happen. I am going to stop the run right here, but this cutscene I can't skip, and there's a reason for it. There's one more waggle motion I have to do, then the game is over. Now the reason I don't count this waggle motion is the problem is the time is always the same. There's no speed cap on the waggle motion essentially because it is one waggle motion and it's 6 minutes and 10 seconds. The downside is you don't get to hear the credits, and unfortunately, as much as I would have loved to make it a donation incentive, things came into the way, and it's unfortunate. If you want to see the credits, though, they're very funny. You can YouTube it. But, yeah. Essentially, this is the story cutscene. It explains everything. You hear a little bit of Steve Blum, but I'm going to let it go for until a certain point, then I'm going to stop the run. But that was MadWorld.
Congratulations.
And thank you for watching. A really hard run, and 209 is perfectly fine, I think, but it could have been a little better, to be honest.
You weren't meant to be in the bookie business. You could try something else.
Okay.
Polo, maybe.
Wait for the sweet spot. Give it a second. Give it a second.
It's a thought.
Give it a second, and
Kill him.
There we go. And wait for the fall. That's MadWorld in a nutshell, everybody. Thank you for watching.
And just for the record, swear jar 259.
259.
Okay, well, I came a little prepared. So all this money is going to the charity.
Count it out, dude.
Oh yeah, let me count it out. I definitely won't be 200. No, do we need to count it on stream?
Well, we could do it like while we're setting up or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. Let's move on to the next. We'll move to the next run.
Do what?
Oh no, I'm going.
Yeah, we're already cut, so we're out.
That was a great run by LazerLong. Next up, we have Ninjabread Man by SCXCR. Let's take a minute to talk about where the donations are going to. They're going to Doctors Without Borders. Doctors Without Borders is an international medical humanitarian organization created by doctors and journalists in France in 1971. Today, MSF provides independent, impartial assistance in more than 60 countries to people whose survival is threatened by violence, neglect, or catastrophe, primarily due to armed conflict, epidemics, malnutrition, exclusion from healthcare, or natural disasters. We're going to take a quick commercial break. You are watching SGDQ 2014. Our hosts for this marathon are SDA and SRL. SDA is Speed Demos Archive, the premier community for video game speedruns, completing games as quickly as possible through extensive planning, practice, and knowledge of game mechanics and glitches. SRL is Speedruns Live, the best site to race video games online against others. Players of all skill levels are welcome to join. Whether you'd like to become competitive or just race casually with friends, you can go to their front page, speedrunslive.com, for more information and to watch a variety of speedrun streams. Some of our upcoming donation incentives are the Atari 2600 controller G'd for El Viento. We have the hand cam for the Lost Vikings, almost met. And we have the profile name for Warcraft 3. So if you'd like to see those donation incentives get met, please get your donations in soon.
I mean, I can hold the wire right here.
That works, that works.
Okay.
I'll
just make sure
okay, so...
Holding expensive equipment in my lap. There's no nervous.
You just want to lay across
One-handed lay.
Not this time.
One-handed lying down.
Yeah, so you all generously donated for this one-handed Ninjabread Man run?
Thank you for that, I think.
Maybe.
Perhaps. One height.
You do all this?
I got you.
Okay, so this isn't an exact science, but this is roughly how the one-handed run is going to go.
Jeez. That looks painful. I gotta add that to my repertoire.
Yeah.
Well, it's gonna make one of your arms really strong.
Yeah.
Arm day every day.
Okay, good enough.
This should have been called the workout block.
You're like trying to wear yourself as like a MadWorld enemy or something like that.
So I should preface something before I actually start this run, because if it goes well, I might not have time to explain it. Basically, the way the one-handed run works is I need the Wii remote in my hand for two things. And I accidentally started. Don't start the timer yet. The Wii remote, I need the A button for menu selections, as well as for canceling a cutscene that happens at least 8 times during the run. And I also need the down arrow in case I need to reset the camera, because the camera in this game is not exactly the greatest.
Do you want to move the motion?
No, I don't need that.
Okay.
And I have to start off this run by doing the most difficult trick in the game, which the game starts off with a tutorial level to training Dojo.
That was clever.
And what I have to do is I need to bypass all of the training sections by jumping and running on some things that I'm not supposed to be able to jump and run on. Okay, so 3, 2, 1, go. That's the incredibly tricky thing about this, is being able to get yourself on top of the wall. Because if I'm too far down on the wall, I'll fall back into the stage like that. If I go too far up the wall, I will fall through the top of it, fail the training stage, and have to do all of this over again.
This is way harder than it looks, by the way.
And normally you can run across the top of this wall, but for marathon's sake, I'm going to bunny hop the entire way.
Nice.
So that was the difficult part. Even though I screwed it up a few times, if you get it right the first try, you still end up saving anywhere from 2.5 to 3 minutes based on how the motion controls treat you. And that screen that just flashed was level 1, so we're on level 2 now.
What?
Yeah, there's a weird skip in this game where there's a delay between when you hit continue and when it actually puts you forward 1 level. And in that time, you can hit continue more than once. So I just hit it twice and bypassed a level.
Good game design.
Good game, good game.
Yeah, I used to think that the cheat involved having the throwing weapon cursor on the screen because you cancel that with the A button. But it turns out I was giving this game way too much credit. So this is what you're actually supposed to do in the game, is collect 8 of these blue vials. And by the way, here's a little something. You're not supposed to be able to double jump out of the lava, but there's an Anubis 2 runner named Baron LG on the STA forums who tipped me off that once you do the second bounce, if you hit jump as you do that, you can double jump out of it, and that'll give you a little extra air. So what was I saying? Oh, right, the blue vials. You have to collect 8 of them to power a teleporter at the end of the stage, and use that to get to the next level, including on the final level. So Ninjabread Man is just solving all the problems in Candyland by running away from them. He's a great role model that way.
Nice.
Well, as being a real ninja, he's just sneaking through all.
Well, yeah, did you see him going on top of the wall? He's a real ninja.
Exactly. I mean,
But he's made it.
They did their research on, you know.
Okay, this is going to be tricky. I'm going to try and jump over this pit, grab the vial, and jump back out. And normally I'd skip the cutscene for this, but I only have one hand. Got it.
Nice.
I love that show. And if you have a donation to read off, now is a good time.
Got $5 from Unreal. Hey SCXCR, good luck on your Ninjabread Man run. Also, when are you going to start speedrunning Anubis 2?
Oof.
Just kidding, kill the animals.
That has never happened before, trademark.
Highlights.
It is possible to damage boost from the projectiles that are shot at you by those pieces of cake, but usually you take damage from it, and I have no idea why I didn't from that. Also, the distance that you get boosted is completely random. Like, that one boosted me across almost the entire platform section. Sometimes it just doesn't boost you at all. And these platforms operate on a global timer, so we'll have to see whether I can make it to the top of this in time. Yes!
Nice.
And fun little bit of trivia. There was actually a sequel being planned for this game.
Why? What?
It was going to be called Ninjabread Man Blades of Fury, but... oh no. Exit trigger, please. Thank you. But the company stopped public trading, so it never came to fruition.
Man, I was really hoping for the sequel.
I know, they didn't have the $5 to make it.
That budget.
Well, they actually do reuse a lot of assets to make this game. Like, if you go through their other games like Anubis 2, Rock'n'Roll Adventures, Billy the Wizard, you'll see a bunch of assets from there that are identical to the ones in this game. And we just get the final level. Time.
Man, that was the...
Oh, 4 40 something.
440. Okay, that's. I'm happy with that. Just for reference,